Oh, hello, hello, hello. Oh, how are we all doing today? Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm still half awake. Yes. Good evening. We're going to do something a bit different today. Monarchy is it's not quite over. We still have one stream to go, but that won't be until the end of the week. We are not going to be streaming any more Monarchy in between. So yeah, I thought we'd do something a bit different today. I'm going to have a little bit of a build stream. And yeah, see, something I've always wanted to build. I'm going to try and do the Eye of Sauron. Well, see how I can get on. I've done a dome, I've done a sphere, but this is it's going to be a bit different. Gondor. Why not Minas Tirith? Well, Minas Tirith is a very big build, but you know it's building a city. It would be very, very, very long. Would build. I mean, I'm not saying this isn't going to be a long build, but building Minas Tirith would be very long. But it's just basically building lots and lots of square buildings on a big circle. The Eye of Sauron is a more mechanically challenging build. Given we are constructing entirely out of squares, triangles, and pillars, it is a much more challenging thing to create. So, for a start, let's get the template hammer on my bar, and then I want hello, Lucy. Yes, I'm old. Don't be mean. We'll get some metal pillars. We'll get some metal walls in there. And some metal ceilings. Right. It's going to be an interesting one. I've been trying to think about how to do it because normally let me just put down a quick template. Right, we've got what have I got saved? That'll do. So normally, when I make these things, like normally when I do a sphere, let's go with that. We'll stop there. Normally, when I do a sphere, I would have... So we've got a circle, right? And then what I would do is I would turn this circle on its side so that you end up with an arch, you know, like that. Arch going over the top. And then you put that arch on top of this on every angle. So you put one going across there, and then you turn a bit, and you put one from that pillar across to that pillar, and then you turn a bit, and you go from the next pillar to the next pillar, and you keep doing that until you get a dome. But the Eye of Sauron is a bit different. Because for one thing, it needs to taper off on the corners. So, tell you what, let me load up into different save. And we'll see if I can show you what I mean. See if I can show you. Bear in mind, I woke up about 6 p.m. because my sleep is, as I expected, my sleep is a complete mess at the moment. So I woke up at 6 p.m. and then immediately went out for dinner. So I'm a bit stuffed, and I've had a bit to drink. which is not going to combine well with this. But yeah, so this will be a dome, right? This is my dome. Okay? And you can see that, like, down here, we've got full panels, okay? And then as you go up, it starts to overlap a lot, and you eventually... Basically, the join is at the top. They all come together into a single point in the middle, right? What I want for the eye is I need that join to be, like, down here. What I was essentially thinking is if I was to make... I'm not going to place them because I don't want to screw up my lovely dome, but I would think to sort of build off... these are all ceilings, not walls, so I need that one. But yeah, I would essentially be building up from these on a straight line instead of a curve, so that eventually it will come to a point around this circle here. So the point would be about here-ish. Sort of taper it off. But I need it on the side so that it can connect to the horns, as Lucy says, the horns. I'm probably not going to build the tower today. I'm just focusing on the eye because the eye is the hardest part. So I want to do that. But I also need to have the actual eye shape, so having like the because Sauron's got, it's almost like a more reptilian eye with the narrow slit as opposed to an iris, which means I also need that, like I need it to taper off on the sides like down there, but then I need a slit on the front. I'm not quite sure some of these things. I'm going to have to work it out as I go, basically. There's going to be a lot of figuring out as I go how to make some of these bits. No, not that one. Back. I've changed my mind. Go back. Create. I don't need that turned on anymore. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. And to be honest, don't need that either. We just need the hair. Okay. And I'm not building it on a volcano yet. I will eventually put it onto a volcano, but for now I want the flat ground. Yeah. But it's just the way that you build spheres in Ark. You have to have all of the... Like, you're essentially building a bunch of arches that you rotate a little bit, and the arches need, like, will all come to a single connecting point at the top. And I want the what would normally be the top to now be on the side. So like if I had a horn here where I'm stood, it needs a way to connect. Maybe I could draw it. Can I draw it? Can I get paint up and we'll do... See what my sleepy, drinky drawing skills are like. Let's window capture. Okay, this is going to be terrible. So I've got Microsoft Paint. Should check you can see this? Yeah, you can see this. Right, so normally this is your arc. And I would repeat it, going round and going round and going round and going round like that. Yeah, and all of these come to a point at the top. But what I need is to have an arc which will... I can't draw a straight line, I swear. Which will be divided like that, and then all coming to a point on the side, so that I can build straight lines off this that go like that, and then, you know, one there and one there and one like that, and so it eventually all comes to a point which can connect to the big horns that hold up the tower, you know? You with me? Do you understand? Does that make sense? So yeah, I need to turn what I would normally make for a dome or a sphere. I need to turn 90 degrees onto its side. So that's already going to be a bit interesting. But then I also, on top of that, I need to have this shape, which I would normally get with my normal way of doing a dome, but with the 90-degree rotated one, it will instead be like that, which doesn't really work. So I have to kind of combine the two. Can I do 3D drawing? So if that's like the flats. No, I'm terrible at digital drawing. Just like, yeah. So I need these to come to a point on the end, but then I also need down the front this eye shape. So I kind of need to split my eye in half. Hello, Charlie. My name's not Frank. But yeah, it's gonna be really weird. Like, it's a really weird challenge, this one. I think the back half needs to be like this, but the front half needs to be like this, and then join the two together. Frank is basically, you know how YouTube does automatic, like it uses AI to try and generate subtitles if you don't manually input them. One of my videos, because I used to always introduce him with like, hello, my name is Freyn. There was one day where the YouTube auto-generated subtitles changed it to, hello, my name is Frank. And yeah, Charlie's decided that this is it from now on. I'm now Frank. But yeah, this is going to be tough, because I've literally got to do. So if we do the side view, it's split down the middle. The rear needs to be kind of like this. The rear half. And the front half needs to be like this. Makes sense? Good. Let's get rid of my terrible paint drawings, and we'll get back to Ark, shall we? Thank you, Charlie. Oh dear. Yeah, it's a tough one. This is going to be a tough build. The YouTube can't seem to decide if I'm live or not. It's showing me a stream preview and it says live 15 minutes, but it is also not giving me like a live bitrate graph or anything. It's just showing a blank page. So am I live? Am I not live? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, we're starting almost from scratch. I've cleared my map. I don't have any of my usual stuff. Size might be a bit off because obviously the problem with Ark is you've only got certain size building pieces to work with. I would obviously like the eye to be a bit smaller so that because when I build, I like to build bases. I don't just like to build massive structures. Hello, Skogger. Hello, welcome. But yes, I like to build bases, so I don't want to make it too big so that I've just got a gigantic empty space of nothing. But there's only so small you can go when you're building something like this. So, how am I going to do this? Am I doing it with the ceilings or walls for a start? I'm live. Okay, good. Well, at least you guys say I'm live. I'm just trying to mentally, like... Right. Let me start with... So this is a little template I've got for turning things upside down. So... One of these is the right way up, which is this one. See, that places the ceiling the right way up. This one is upside down. And I kind of want the upside down one. Oh, right, yeah. Don't mind me. I was just trying to move this further over. That'll do. So that's upside down. They do look the same, but this is upside down. This is the bottom of a ceiling. If I was to then put a doorway on it, see? The door is upside down. Is the eye going to be supported by the structure, or is this a hide pillars within situation? I ideally want the eye to be hollow so you can actually build in it. But like at the moment, I'm just building it at ground level. I've not even thought about the tower yet. I'm just trying to build the eye itself. And then eventually I will have to build the eye like 20 stories up, which is a whole other problem. Hello, Sammy. All right, so I want an upside down one. And then we do a circle. So that the circle, we have an entire circle upside down. To be honest, I'm not even sure why. It's just something in my head said I need it upside down, and I can't think of why I needed it upside down. I probably don't need it upside down. There's just something like when I was building, it was like, no, this is the wrong way up. I think I have a vague idea what I was thinking, but I've already like you know when you just lose your train of thought mid like sentence, it's like that, but it was mid build. Because essentially what I need to do is rotate this like through an arc. But there's no pillars under here, so these will eventually be off the ground and I won't be able to place them, which is why I was thinking if I do this and put it upside down, I can extend it and then turn it the right way back up. and they will have like extra support. But now I'm thinking, well, why does it need to be upside down? I could just build up normally. Anyway, I have an upside down one for reasons. For reasons. Yes, Lucy, I'm building the eye. In fact, the eye is the first thing I'm building because I want to make sure I can build the eye. The eye is the hard part. So that's the bit I'm focusing on first. But yeah, see, now I just do this and I build up. And up and up and up and up. And why did I not do this to start with? That would have been the smarter plan, to do this from step one. To be honest, this might even already be the template I've got anyway. But whatever. I will adjust as I go. I think eventually the upside down one will make sense as to why I needed it, but it's not yet. Okay. Make that my snap point in the middle. 32 small. Okay, right. Did I not just save it? So I just did I hit cancel instead of accept? I did. So this all needs to rotate. I should have a 90-degree. Yeah. So I don't think it really matters which one I use. Let's just take that one. Foundation on its side. If I was to now apply my small circle to it, you can't build half of them. But we can get a few down. It's weird how it lets you build some and not others. Like, why can't I build this one? But I can build those. So, sorry, just trying to. Annoyingly, like, the template hammer won't build stuff that overlaps too much, so it won't build these. I can make them, but the template hammer can't. But like that gives me another angle up there. That gives me an angle there. That gives me an angle there. That gives me an angle there, and then I can do. Should be able to do an angle off the horizontal one as well. Oh, never mind, I've already got that one. Idiot. So much more thought out and neater. Oh, no, God. I clear my blueprints out every now and then because they just get so ridiculous. Let's get rid of those three for now. So now I need to do a 90-degree turn off these. Which is a bit awkward because it's underground. So we'll extend out to there. There we go. Foundation. Angle or quarters more accurately. This is why I don't normally build much on the stream until I've already got it figured out, because it's just a lot of yeah, that could work maybe, don't know. Hello Dancing Bear, thank you very much, mate. Let's turn on debug as well. That's foundation, that's fine, so I can get rid of that. Right, so if I was to now do my... on top of this, can I snap it to that one, please? I want to snap on top, not below. What if I put a ceiling on there? Does that help? In the center, please. No, it's not going to let me. Okay. Get rid of you, and let's do a half height. It's giving skate park. Well, maybe Sauron was really into skateboards. Okay, but do you see what I'm going for there? At least see the idea? Like now I've got circle on a slight slope. And so essentially I would slowly do one of these on each angle until it turns into an arc. This is just called flat map. It's just purely for mucking about with building. I'm trying to think if this even makes sense to me as to what I'm doing. Does if I'm making it out of walls. I want to make it out of ceilings though. Which means all of these need to be turned 90 degrees and we start getting really messy. You think Sauron wears Vans? Yeah. Like we've got that now. We have a disc on its side. Yeah, it's gonna have to be ceilings. You're right. Yeah. So does this mean I'm going back to my dome builds? This is kind of like I've got nowhere so far. I'm basically just trying to figure out the process in my head. It's the fact I needed what I would normally do for a sphere, but I need it turned through 90 degrees. So first I could go back and get my old templates, but I think first I just need to recreate my sphere templates. And that was already a bit difficult at times, was making the sphere in the first place. So actually no, let's do it without, let's do it. Because all these need to go through 90-degree turn. And let's say it doesn't like building things too close together, which is a real pain in the butt. So those are all pillars. They're going to need turning. can I template that at least? Just let me back up some templates first before I go any further, because I might want them at some point. I've got a bunch that are just called like temp 1, temp 2, temp 3, temp 4, temp 5, etc. And I need to make sure I can keep a backup. And then I can delete a pile of them. Like anything that I'm not entirely sure what it is can go. Do 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 do. In an hour, I might have got somewhere. Would the outside need to be ceilings, or are they going to be layers you can walk within the eye, and then that's on the outside doesn't matter? I mean, technically, I don't really mind if anyone can walk on the outside, because it's. I'm not sure if this is going to be just purely decorative, or I'll try and make a functional build. And even if it is functional, do I want people walking on the eye, you know, or do I just want them inside? But the inside can be completely separate, be like constructed from the outside. So, hello, Ice. Bet I was there 3,000 years ago. No. Oh no. Oh, thank you very much, mate. How's prep work going? I haven't moved over yet, so all right, let's go this way. Get rid of those, get rid of those. Right, so we have sideways foundation. How close together can I build this? They're all buildable. I'll probably have to do it at different stages, so we'll do one to out there. Wait, can I? Oh, I can just build all of them. Ah, that's excellent. Sometimes it blocks you because they're too close together. That's fantastic. Right. That's enough to make a full arc. Hello, Judd. Thank you. Right, so now I begin turning these through 90 degrees. I used to have a template that was perfect for that. I think this one's going to have to do it. But we're too close to the ground. Oh no. Let's try with this. 90 degrees, snap on there. Delete that. There we go. Right. That was the one I needed to do it with the least. That was the easiest one to set up. But whatever, I've got it started. So we put a metal pillar there. Get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you, and get rid of you. Thank you, Sammy. Let's pull this out, and we'll do the same again. Attach the 90-degree foundation template, destroy that, build. That is not foundation, though. What we can do is attach a beam to that, and now it shouldn't matter, right? Right. You have time before Thursday, it's all good. Transferred all important things, and you built a brig. Started farming some brigs from outposts because Mega Kellan's higher than at level 100 are probably extinct. I mean, if worst happens, I've got the skill points already, so I can go around and do all the ships. I just obviously have to get on first. Repetition. Well, let me put one there. So it's gonna have to go there. Then I want the ceilings. Wait, what? I built on the wrong spot, that's why. I snapped it to the wrong thing. That's why I can't place it. There we go, right. So we are slowly, very slowly, this should go out to 5. And then you can put ceilings on the top and it's all nice and flush like that. Which is a bit bigger than I would like for the eye. That will make the build incredibly huge, but I'm just trying to get the basic principle and like the idea down. I can always redo it later on in a smaller scale. Is that snap to the wrong one again? It is snap to the wrong one. You can see that the dome, this is how I built the dome, basically. And I'm not sure how this really helps me. I'm just recreating a template out of nowhere. Sorry, no, I figured it out. I've reconnected in my head what I need to do. It's alright. It's because I need to turn it into ceilings, isn't it? Someone remind me in 10 minutes. This is why you're doing it. You need ceilings. It's all, it's all got purpose. I just can't always remember what the purpose is. I've come so far from little that it's my birthday. Can't you at least call me the proper name, Lucy? Why do you do this to me? You're so mean. So mean. That's awkward. I can't place that one. So mean. Should be able to place that one though. Yeah, there we go. Ceilings, ceilings, ceilings. To be fair, did we ever, like, even our very first base wasn't a thatch box, to be fair, was it? Right? Even our very first ever base we ever did wasn't a thatch box. No, no, Charlie, no. It's because blooming Raz Clark says my name is Frey. And so now, so does half the community. But as Ice pointed out to me earlier, there is someone on the community server whose name is literally Frey. So, like, it's important that it gets said right. Otherwise, people are going to confuse me for someone else. Hello, Rebel. How you doing, mate? Rebel! Honestly, what you like? Gotta stop this. Thank you very much for the 5 gifts again. This is getting silly now. Oh dear, what are you like, Rebel? Is that a beam? That is a beam. So I need to go like this. Thank you again, Rebel. You're always so generous. And not just to me, to so many people. It's absurd. Isn't every building in existence a thatch hut? Now we're talking about like thatch boxes where it's just literally like, I mean, what we're talking about, Gondor, is stuff like this. I made the wrong ceiling type. Oh no. We're talking about like this for a base, you know. Everyone's first base. Thatch box. Our first one, Lucy, if you remember, we like tried, it was more like, I think it was an L shape on the beach, and we tried putting like little peaked roofs on it, and we were really annoyed because there was no upside down sloped piece to fill in gaps, and it drove me crazy. And then we moved on to the wooden one at the waterfalls by Red Orb. That one had a little balcony area, and also what else? A little like greenhouse upstairs. And then from that one we moved to up near Hidden Lake. But we never had like a full-on thatch box build. We never went that far. Okay, so we have a arc of ceilings. Huzzah! There we are. Problem is you can't just template this. If I was to show you, if we go with like select all, let's remove these. Actually, to be fair, we would probably need these, but even if we do that, and then we add that, and this shouldn't work, right? If I put down foundation and wall, and then I go, let's add that on there. Oh, look, a lovely dome. Tell it to build, it probably won't make the whole thing. It certainly never used to make the whole thing, because that's why I'd like making the dome was such a big hassle for me. We've got that much. Yeah, and then it stops, it pauses, it can't make these ones in the middle. So yeah, it's not quite that simple, unfortunately. So this is why making the dome was a hassle when I first did it. And why anytime that you're on like slightly uneven ground, it becomes even worse to do. So like this one over here is easy, that's fine. But then you need like... maybe it's better to do it like that. Yeah, it's partly collision and partly that they weren't actually self-supporting, so they wouldn't place without something to do them, like, to place themselves. Can I move to that one? It's this one I want. And then we start like snapping these like this. I wonder if that would place. It's messy, but it might place. So all connected. Test. Let's try it again. Into the sky is a whole other problem, Charlie. But I mean, I've built a circle, sorry, a sphere hanging from a bridge before. This can't be that much harder, right? Surely. Surely this can't be much harder. Okay, let's get rid of that and build. How much is it going to successfully build? Looking good. All the foundations are in at least. But yeah, any like slightly uneven ground can completely throw it off. Still didn't make it. And it's just because of overlaps. I think we've got all the pieces needed to build it. It's just overlaps and stuff like that. Ideally, I don't want to have to go through and manually build stuff. Did you see my monarchy base, Charlie? Hmm. trying to think what's the easiest way to do some of these parts. I'm surprised some haven't built, because like the ones connected to these should easily build. Like that should just be, yeah, done. Just refuses to auto place, but I can manually place it afterwards, so that's not a problem. There is one that's not, which is this one. Which I'm surprised actually isn't building, but let's do that instead. Is the upright pillar at 90 degrees or also a slight angle? It should be 90 degrees. Should be. I mean, it might be the tiniest bit off. Rotation 0.00025. And then on the other angle, 0.00007. So it's not absolutely pristinely on the zero. It is, how many is that? 5 zeros? so 6 decimal places off the precise upright. And I think, given that one started being built off like a manually, just a fresh placed foundation, I think that's just Arc being slightly janky and not having things on a perfect zero to begin with. That was how a lot of the jank in ASE worked, that things like they weren't at a precise 90 degrees, it was like 89.3 or something ridiculous. So if you put enough pieces together, it eventually twisted. That's how, if you remember Monarchy Season 3, Cap made a big slide. That was how he did it, by just joining pieces like 100 times until it just eventually turned on its side. Because Arc just did not have everything put at a 90-degree angle for some reason. It's just, yeah, it makes no sense. Why would you not do that? Like, what were Wildcard thinking? But, never mind. The important part is I need something where I can repeatedly place it. And now we are going to repeat this that I've got here. So we need, let's just move away a bit. We'll go for 90-degree foundations again. Place that. We do, I think it was 32 small. Yep. No. That's the wrong one. Which was it? It was temp. As you can see, my templates are amazingly named. But so we have that. Let's... see, now it won't let me place them. Over there, I managed to place the entire lot. But this one won't let me. It's not allowing one of them to place. Which is kind of annoying. Both times it has built the bottom 3 to 4 struts first and failed before the top. You were thinking if you give the 90-degree pillar support from the other side, it may work. So part of it is that a pillar on an angle has a weird hitbox or collision box. So like, these are actually self-supporting. These are foundation right now because they are close enough to the ground. So like, if you think of a pillar as, you know, it's one wall high, right? A pillar is one wall high off the ground. But even though this is turned on its side, it still has that one wall high collision. Or not collision. It's not snapping, because you're not actually, like, you can't physically snap an object to it. But its foundation intersect with the ground is still one wall high. I don't think... Is there a command to show that? Debug. There's a couple of debug ones you can do. Would debug physics work? It's not debug physics. Is it physics debug? It's a command. Debug dot physics. Debug underscore physics. No. Let me just Google. Physics debug. What's the command? Show debug. Show debug. There we go. So let's try show debug collision. No, it's not helped me at all. But yeah, some of the debug commands can be really helpful for this, because like it'll... Let's turn that off. Show debug. Is it just... No. No. Can I not turn it off? Okay, that's awkward. Show debug nothing. There we go. Let me try spawning a mammoth. Okay. And then we do show debug physics. So one thing you can see, I don't know if you can make it out on stream. Down the left-hand side, there is speed. Under where it says Freyn, and then a bit lower down it says Freyn again. And under the second one, you have velocity and speed. So you can see we're going 299.99. It's not 300 meters per second. 300 units, which is 1 meter. No, 3 meters. Sorry, it's 100 units a meter. 300 units is a foundation, so we're going about 1 foundation a second. But it's not precise. It's slightly under by like a couple of decimal places. And then obviously we can sprint. You go up to 719. But you can cycle between them, and some of them give you a little hitbox, like it'll put a box around it to show you where it actually collides. Hello, Red Robster. It is, yes, it is. Which is why I was thinking maybe the collision one would work. Maybe it would show, because I think you can do them in the dev kit. I don't think you can do them in some of them in game. Let's show you the bones. Do it a second time? No. Okay. Show debug. See, I would have thought collision would be the one we want. Apparently not, though. I'm maybe it's just a dev kit thing then, but certainly you can get like a boundary box around it that shows you like where it intersects with other objects. And basically the pillars, even though you visibly see it on its side, the actual like the box around it where it intersects with other objects is still vertical. So it's still in the floor technically. It's still providing, you can see there it says thin pillar thin metal foundation. It's self-supporting. even though it's on its side and floating above the ground, it's still self-supporting. Which is how, if you ever saw my dome video, is how I made that little boat out of a bunch of wooden pillars. It's because even though they're sideways, they still support each other. Oh, sorry, still support themselves. Because they were just close enough to the ground. If I go any higher up, it'll fail. But right now, the pillar is more like it's more like that, you know. That's what its hitbox looks like. Anyway, well, let's do this then. So we got that, and then we build out from there. Can I not build out from there? Hello? Why will it not let me build out from there? Should be able to. How weird. Oh well. I can still do it. It's just not the way I wanted. Well, not as simple as I wanted. I need my 90-degree foundation again. So I'll take that. That's too low to the ground. There's too much of it is in the ground. I can't place it. So just trial and error until it works. There we are. I can place that one. And then I can place that one. And then we have our test one. And I need it. Let's put a beam on there if I can. If I can, which I apparently can't. I just want to build out a bit, so get some distance. That'll do. Wait, no, that's the wrong way. Cancel it! I'm building sideways. Get rid of that. I would say structural instability is more likely than structural stability, to be honest. Hello, Jim. Let's try again. That one is the one I want. You gotta work it on every map other than Genesis. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like from what I hear, Genesis was always one of the worst performing maps in ASE, and then they went and stuck basically a second map on top of it. So I'm kind of not surprised that it's performing badly. Okay, see, this one has built everything except for the upright, which is the easiest one to do. So, like, all I need to do is stick on pillar on there, there, there. Why are you not spotted? That's interesting. Find there. Now I can do it. These are ugly, but this is all just kind of like testing right now. I'm just getting the principles down more than anything else. So I should be able to get rid of a lot of these. Kind of curious that I can't put a pillar in the middle there. Are you connected? Yes. So that can go. That can go. That can go. That can go. Go. I might start running into some distance problems though, where this starts to come down now. There are ways around it. You're playing it, hopefully you'll upgrade at the end of the year, not anytime soon. Well, at least you'll be able to play again. I mean, you got to get ready for Gen 2 and whatever they stick on top of that one as well. Right, eventually most of these things won't be necessary. That is connected to floor and pillar number 76, which is that one. So that's connected. And get rid of that. And then we can build this backwards if necessary for foundation support for up there. So I can get rid of that. That's... all these should be able to go. Everything here should be removable. Which is why I'm making creative first, because if I took those away and it all came crashing down and I was on a server in an actual build, I would scream. Okay. So, yeah, so I'm basically just trying to build the dome that I've already made, but I'm building it turned through 90 degrees. Which is a very weird thought. Let's get rid of that one. No, it's not test, I want its temp. The other unnamed... and I want that one. Make the halo ring. I suppose the halo ring wouldn't be too difficult. Yeah. Like, a lot of this is just working out the templates, and once you've got the template done once, you're kind of fine. Like it's pretty much just combining templates. The template hammer allows you to do some ridiculously stupid stuff. You know what I didn't think of, though, is that I don't know where my center point is anymore. I think it's there. Do one more. That's something I didn't think about, though, is I... That's the one I want. That's the one. So... I need to turn that around, right? Is that right? Nope. How did I get it that way? See, I mean, that's right, but it's on the wrong side, so I'm going to have to mirror it, which... doable, but a pain. Gen 2 base can be mini Gen 2. Okay, how much is going to build successfully? And how much am I going to have to manually place? I think I'm going to lose a couple of bits there, yeah. It's the problem is we're just too close to the ground. I'm too close to the ground there, it's not building. Like, there's only a certain amount into the ground you can place stuff, and that is clearly too much. So I'm going to have to adjust some templates, I think, get some redundancy in there. I mean, I guess I could do that one and then move it over half a foundation. That could maybe work. Or do I need to rotate this through 180? Is that the problem? I think that needs to maybe come through 180. Oh. What's going to be the easiest way to do that? Let me get wooden. Find wood. So we'll start with that. That one's facing that way. And then I want... So that's now turned 90 degrees. Problem is you can't tell the difference in these two until I start placing stuff on it. Yeah, it's facing the same way. That's facing the right way, but it's on the wrong side. Sorry, wrong position, so that needs to go back. So... Oh, I just want like a little arrow to say which direction something's facing. That would do it for me. That would be enough. So if I was to build that and then move it across... let's see, it'd be half a wall? Yeah, it needs to go across half a wall. That should build. That should build. Not all of it, but it'll build most of it. The bits that I need should build. Get rid of that one. Build this one. Now will you build this one? Okay, I can manually do it, that's fine. Oh, there we go. I think I got all the pieces I need there. So we build off that, we build off that, and then we build off that. There's one more. The upright is missing, but that should come from there. So. All of these need to go half across. I'm surprised some of these built, actually. Just make sure I delete the right ones. And it's kind of hard to tell which the right ones are. Right. I know it doesn't look like much now. But eventually it'll start to make sense. Yeah, we're too close to the ground. I can't put that one in. No! Hello, Raptor. Do I like your profile picture? Switch up. What is your new profile picture? It's like, it's hard to tell in these kind of sizes. It looks like he's got a little green hat. I approve of hats. If it's a green hat, I approve of hats. We are a pro hat channel. Okay, and then let's join these. You. Like, yeah, this is not how it would look if I was building it properly. This is all testing. The green thing is a goober. Let me just make sure this has got foundation support before I pull anything else out. that would be bad. And that should be able to go. That should be able to go. Ooh. Nah, hang on. Because I don't have that bottom one. Because I don't have the bottom one, we have a slight issue. Let's do that. And I have no idea where I just placed that ceiling. Where did I just place the seed? Let's just smash random things until I get what I want. That's always a good way to do things. Yeah, I'm too close to the floor, basically. I'm building too low down. Like, there's meant to be a pillar in the middle of these, but I'm just too low down. Which I can't correct without starting again. There is simply no way around that. Even let me put that one in. Put that one in. So that will have to do for now. But this is basically just working out the, like, it's just working out what would need to be done. I'm not, this isn't like a final build in any shape or form. Just working out what I need to do. Should be able to get rid of you. And you. And you. You. And then let's see. Build up from there. I want to go across one, don't I? There. 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 And now all these should be able to go, except for that foundation. So if I pick up this one, and yeah, it works. Okay. Yeah, we could ghost mode it. I mean, the idea is to try and like build it like properly. But as you say, we're just working on the principle. So it doesn't matter if I cheat a little bit at this stage. Right. But so what I would do is I would repeat that in the full arc, all the 180 degrees. And that would give me, well, it's not half the eye, that's a quarter of the eye. But then what I was thinking is if I was to, what kind of angle would I be wanting? Like about here-ish, maybe? So if I start bringing it out like this, and then let's put on like some triangles at the end point. I was just trying to think of how the eye joins the horns. If you imagine, I'm just going to place, like, we'll go back there. If you think of, like, the horn on the top of the tower as being about here, right? Do you see, like, what I'm aiming for? If that's the horn, and this would be the eyeball, and that would be it comes in. It would be better to actually curve that, like an inverse curve going the other way. Which is doable. A lot more work, but doable. So let me pull up the picture of the Eye of Sauron again. Let me pull up a good picture of the Eye of Sauron. I'll put it into paint. Okay, because I've already got paint open. So I am basically right now, I am trying to make, so I'm making, can I thicken that up, please? Yeah, so we've got that part of the eye. There's the horn. I'm trying to make that connection there. That is that. That's the idea. The black lines are what I've built. Ignore my epic paint skills. Does that make sense? This map's just called flat map. It's just a completely blank flat ground. It's just what I use for making, like, for playing about with building. But yeah, does that make sense to you? You can see what I'm building, guys? The hard part is going to be doing this. Making that is going to be a challenge. The canthus of Sauron. I've never seen that word before. Let me just Google. Canthus. Canthus is the corner of the eye where the upper and lower eyelids meet. Yes, okay, exactly. The canthus. Although obviously the Eye of Sauron doesn't have eyelids. But yes, I'm making the... well, I'm trying to build the eyeball, but I want to see how the canthus would look. I do think it would be better if I brought it down a bit and like curved it. So from, say, here, it started to bend out. But let's just do one thing at a time. Let's just make it possible first, and then I'll work on the more complicated aesthetic parts. Yeah. So you've seen my normal, my idea for the eye itself. Let's go back to the dome. Yeah, the pupil. If we go back to my dome on rag. Obviously the dome's on a much bigger scale, so it's a bit awkward to show. My idea for the pupil is to basically invert, like if you call this line here the midpoint, right? My idea was to like have these last few panels leading up to the center point going the other way, so going in instead of out. Obviously on a much smaller dome it would, you know, it would be a harsher curve, so it would make more of a pupil shape. That's what I was thinking. I don't know if that's going to work. I might have to instead turn it so that I've got this on the front and on the sides to try and make a pupil shape, which is just Yeah. That would be way trickier to do. This is still not my favorite. Like, it's not my favorite build I've made, but it's, I think, definitely the most complicated one I made. But yeah, as I was saying, this is just like entirely self-supported. There's nothing. These aren't connected together. They're just essentially pillars floating above the ground. It's just that pillars on their side, if they are close enough to the ground, then they still provide foundation support. So that's just a bunch of different pillars. Yeah, my bridges. I hate the lighting. I kind of regret the place I built it. The lighting is really grey. Also, the water when I started building was clear, and then they patched it, and it became this frothy mess, which is annoying. I was like, this took so long though. The dome was actually quite quick, and then I spent like weeks working out what to put inside it. I liked this though. I was happy with this build. Is it the same map? I think we've been through this process before. Was it the same map, or did I change it halfway? It's a different one. I have another save of rag with a disco ball under the bridge. It's not this save. If I turn this into a proper build, instead of, like, once I've worked out how to make it, I will maybe do it on Gen 1 lava biome. That could work, doing on Gen 1's volcano. It's just finding a good spot for it. Yeah, that's the basic principle I'm working with right now. We'll get rid of these. The eventual one wouldn't have these big thick pillars. That's just for while I'm, testing it. If you're doing it on Gen 1, you would do Lunar. You think Sauron's eye works best in Lunar? Oh, I can get rid of that Nightbot command now. Hang on. Let me just get rid of that. That Nightbot alert is totally wasted. I mean, it's true, I'm not using hexagons right now. That is very, very true. There is no hexagons. Let's turn that off. Right, so basically repeat this another. This is a 32-sided circle or sided sphere, which means it's got a diameter of 10 walls or 10 foundations, so it's pretty big. You could probably fit an entire base inside the eye. It's bigger than I would like it to be, because think of how big the tower's got to be to hold this eye. Oh, the biodome in the Lunar. Yeah. I mean, I did consider doing that for Monarchy, living in the Lunar in a big dome, but I thought, I've built a dome before, I need to do something different. I can't just keep rebuilding the same build. I need a new one. Hence the diamond. Hence the diamond. Anyway. So, let's do the next one, which should be this one. If you remember right at the start of the stream, I went upside down. And then realized there was kind of no point in being upside down. The upside down is because obviously this eventually, once it's built, has to be raised up. Like, I mean, it depends on how big I make the build. 20 stories? Like, which means all of these will need to have like 20 stories worth of scaffolding supporting them. It's going to be a lot of templates to make. But obviously the floor's below me, so I can't build 20 stories worth of scaffolding. So I thought if I make it upside down, I can build 20 pillars going up, but they'll be upside down pillars, so when I then build it properly, they'll be the right way up, and it'll go down. And that's why I thought, let's make an upside down circle. But I was getting way ahead of myself. Like, I'm not ready for that yet. Absolutely not ready for that yet. I also wondered if I could maybe build it like on its side, like along the ground. Hello, Bay. I didn't see you there. You're the amateur, mate. You're the amateur. Everybody knows it. They're always talking about Bay, the amateur. What an amateur, they say. Biggest amateur we've ever seen. A plays games. How you doing, mate? How's it all treating you? Are you getting sleep yet? I've got the same problem as before, haven't I? I need to rotate it. So I need that on there, and that on there. I think that worked. I think that's what I did. Yeah, I had to do that, and then we built it like half a wall across. But now we're starting to reach the point where it's maybe too high up, and these foundations won't properly place. So let's do this manually, shall we? That one definitely isn't going to place. All right, I never finished building the top one there. Whoops, never mind. Hi and bye, you're off already? What? Oh. See you later, babe. See you later, mate. Okay, next is that one. No, that one. Then we go to this one. I need build music. I need, like, you know, some really very casual build music. Just to put in the background. Yeah. Nearby foundation spot. So Can I build off you? No. Build off there, though. There. That should connect it. Yay! No! Not all of it. I know why. It's okay. I know what the problem is. Also, I should be able to get rid of this. Yes! Whew. Can't see underneath. Too many random bits in the way that I can't take down yet because they're not supported. So I'm just kind of making a bit of guesswork. Liquid, D&B, or classical? What are your go-tos? I mean, I'm a sort of classic rock fan more than anything else. So and yes, Lucy, I'm old. but yeah, I like classic rock. So if I have music on while I'm building, then I just have, you know, I don't have special building music. I just have what I would normally listen to. But obviously that's not going to work with YouTube copyright situation, is it? That's why I'm just saying, you know, I need to find some good building music. That didn't place where I wanted it to. Yeah, I don't know where I did place it, but it wasn't where I wanted it. I'll figure out. Oh, it's there. So I'll figure out where it did place later. Yeah, do you guys have like dedicated playlists depending on what you're doing? Or are you just, you know, stick on like your normal playlists? Wait. Oh, I see what I've done. One day, though, I will figure out how I made a floating foundation, and I will replicate it, and I'll be very happy. Not today. One day, I will figure it out. You listen to Ark music when building or doing something like grinding. I could put the Ark soundtracks on. Problem is, most of the Ark soundtracks are very combat oriented. You know, very dramatic, which isn't really what I'm doing right now. But I could put the Ark soundtracks on. It would at least be fitting, you know, the right game. I've got one more to go in the middle, which should be the one from over here. It's in there. Still can't join those two together properly. Now I can, and now I can join that. And I can join that. Should be able to pull all these out now. Game OSTs are great. I mean, say we'll put it on. At least I know the Ark soundtrack isn't going to get me copyright struck, you know. I don't think Ice is still there, but I just saw the DM he sent me. Oh dear. Right, hang on. Let me just load up some music then. Well, we'll just put on the Ark soundtrack, yeah. It's not really easy listening, you know, it's not casual, but at least it's something for the background. Although I will take out the... what are they called? Event tracks. I don't think the event tracks are really going to fit. Straight into dramatic. Gen 1 queue up. Let's get rid of Summer Bash and Love Evolved. And then we'll put on the expansion packs ones, which you've also got. They're Evolved and Winter Wonderland. They need to go. Okay. Shuffle is on. Right, it's just all the Ark OST then. Except for Lost Colony. Is that too loud? Too quiet? This is Rockwell's Proliferation 4. Yeah, so I'll need ghost mode to expand this across there, but whatever. Right, let's get rid of all this mess at the bottom again. Oh, a bit more went with it than I wanted. Awkward. Yeah, a little bit awkward there. I need to expand my foundation support. Intrigued that I can't build off there though. That's really weird. Well, I've got to figure out how to make it first, Mikey. I'm making the eye before I make the tower, and then I will. So I need to work out how big the eye is going to be as well. Like, I need to figure out the mechanics of the eye itself, and then once the eye is done, I've got to work out how to put it. Like 20 stories high. Hello, Jessica. Hello, Gong. It is indeed my birthday, unfortunately. The Earth has survived another year of me. Is that connected? It's not connected. What if I put one on here? Can I not put one on there? I can't put one on there, that's awkward. I've just built this too low down, like I literally can't. Again though, I don't mind cheating a bit for this because this is only a test to work out mechanical aspects. That should be connected. Let's see, it's doing pillar and floor. No, it's not. It's not connected to that. I've solved this problem before, I just can't remember how. That's the problem, is I can't remember how I solved it. Bet that would solve it. That would solve the problem. Yeah. That's too many already, Gone. Too many. Are you supposed to say something about ceilings? I don't know. Do you want to say something about ceilings? Happy arrival. Thank you, Jessica. Oh yes, yes, I did ask you to remind me. This is why I was doing this. I needed ceilings. It's a good point, Condor. Yes. Hello, Niggy. Right. Thank you. In theory, I can get rid of these. I kind of don't want to. Works though. Okay, I need to do a little bit of quick rebuilding because we've got some pieces missing. So let's go back to that one. And yes, I know it's on the ground. It's the wrong template. No, I know it's on the ground. Nobody listen to Mikey. It is a round number this year, yes, Rebel. it is a round number. I don't want it to be a round number, but it is. Nikki, honestly, you don't have to do that. Thank you very, very, very much, though, for the $15 dues. But you really don't have to. Thank you so much. Oh dear, have I blocked myself from being able to build some stuff? That's rather awkward. Oh no. What if I do that? Does that solve my problem? And just think, all these problems I'm gonna have to solve 20 stories in the air. It's gonna be so much fun. You could guess it was a round number you were there 4 years ago. The problem is which round number, Rebel? Shut up and be old. Look, you're only a year younger than me, Nikki. It's... you don't get to say things like that. Gong as well, $10. Thank you very much, mate. I don't know, you guys. What are you gonna do? What a stupendous waste of money. Like, why would you do this? What were you thinking? Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Ah, there. Right. Yeah, so I should be able to build you. And not build you. Oh, interesting. Now why? Did I put... No, that's in the right place. That's the wrong piece, that's why. That's the one I want. So this is all just like figuring things out, okay? This is all figuring things out. I know what I've done here. This is the wrong... I'm on the wrong angle. That's what I'm like. I can get rid of all of that. That can go, that can go. That one has to stay. That's holding the entire thing up. That one needs to stay. One wrong move. One wrong click. Oh no, Rebel, no. Nikki, again? Stop it. Thank you for another 2. You're not scared to say, mate, you're 40. Not always go buy fish and chips. I had scampi tonight instead. Do like scampi. Don't get it very often these days, but I do like a bit of scampi. That's the one I wanted. Scampi and a very, very rich brownie that I'm quite ashamed I couldn't finish. In my defense, I only woke up at like 6 PM, so, you know. I was only half awake. But there was a very nice gooey brownie. Arc OST throwing us all the like really dramatic. This is not building music. It's extremely dramatic. I used to eat scampi so much as a kid. Like even in my early 20s, I used to eat it all the time. Just trying to fill in some gaps. So that one. And I need 3, including the upright, so... should be these 2. Get rid of that, can get rid of that, there's the one. I think this should be the right places. Yeah, nice. You're wrong. You're off a bit. Oh no, hang on. Oh, I see what I've done. I built from the wrong piece. Foundation support. That's those 2 done. Let's redo that. Building silly shapes like this is so much repetition. I need more structs like that without GCM gun. If you are in creative, press G. G key. It'll do whatever you're looking at the time. Okay. So yeah, I think we've got the principle down for building the, like, at least the back half of the eye. Should be perfectly fine to build. I place this there. Is that gonna let me do it? Still flipped. Let's try it again. It's going on, like, on the wrong side it'll place, but not the side I want. Can I maybe do that? There we go, that's what I wanted. Right, and then we can get rid of that. Let's just do an auto build and see what I get. We're going to be missing a couple because of these. Sadly, not much way around that right now. Do you do a lot of creative building, Nikki, or are you a bit more, it's just like, you know, build for purpose? This whole being too close to the ground thing is getting really annoying. It's really screwing with my my construction. Dramatic combat building. No nearby foundation spot. How dare you? How doubly dare you? Yeah, there we go. Got one server just littered with builds. What's the weirdest thing you built? Go on. How bizarre. The dwarf who built the Ark of Sauron. No. No. No, I've been wanting to try and build the Eye of Sauron for a while. It was because when the template hammer first came out and I built the dome and then I built the sphere and I thought, well, I wanted to, like, I was really getting into like building the circles and stuff at the time, but I didn't want to just keep repeating myself by just going, look guys, it's another sphere. Oh, it's another sphere. Wow, look, did you know I'd built a sphere? And like I wanted to try and vary the builds, but I still like making that shape. You know, I was practiced at it, I was getting better at it, and I was trying to think of a build that incorporated a sphere that wasn't just a sphere. You know? And the best thing I could think of was the Eye of Sauron. A sphere at the top of a tower. Or there was one other I had, which I think would be even more problematic to make. Have any of you played Command and Conquer? So if you've played Command and Conquer, the Hand of Nod. That was the only other thing I could come up with that would like be a, like I could incorporate a sphere into without it just being like ball on top of a normal building, was the Hand of Nod. Which, for those who've not played Command and Conquer, it's basically, it's a building that is shaped like a big hand clenching the earth. And so that was the only other thing I could think of that I could try and do that was a sphere incorporated into another build. It was the Eye of Sauron and the Hand of Nod, and I think the Hand of Nod is a bit beyond me. Making a hand shape would be harder than making the earth. But yeah, I understand the title's maybe a bit misleading for this. I am trying to build the Eye of Sauron, but I'm not doing the final build yet. I'm working out the principles. Like, I'm trying to get templates made. I'm trying to see if I can figure out what the best way to shape it is. So I'm just trying to make an eyeball shape at the moment. I've made a dome before, but this needs to be different. This isn't the same way I would normally make a dome. In fact, I think the eye actually needs to be two different types of dome built together. It might even need to end up being 3 to make it properly. Don't know. But I need to build it at ground level first, so I can work out the templates, work out like the shape, and then work out how to build it 20 stories in the air. And I haven't even figured out like how I want to make the tower itself yet. Like, is the tower just a bunch of circles going, like just a very big cylinder that would hopefully not look like a not for safe content at the end? It's amazing, Nikki, how many times buildings end up looking that way. Well, for some people anyway. I've never built anything that looks like that. You know, I've managed to avoid building anything that looks like that. Just realised that we're missing one. And yet it was still staying up. Right. So, next. How many have I done? I've done the upright and then 3, so I want that one, I think. Okay, whereas for monarchy, you're building a telescope on its side at an angle. I did consider trying to build like a really big cannon on my base at one point. Like make it a sort of a floating, just a giant like cannon platform to shoot at ships. But yeah, I figured someone would make a comparison and was like, no, no. You could also do, like, if you wanted to stop your telescope looking too much like that, you could surround it in a dome and make like an observatory. Yeah, that's a solution. Or just, get your minds out of the gutter. God. Oh dear. So I haven't started this one very well. I did the first part of the arc and thought that looks fine. The first bit's great. I shouldn't have auto-built this one. Let's stop. But I built the first part of the arc and went, that's great. And then I started building like the second and the third, and then realized, oh, hang on. This is the it doesn't build properly in the spot I'm in. It's just a little awkward. It's not building properly. Basically, I put it too close to the ground and I can't get some of the things to place because they're like in the ground. So like this one isn't going to be in the right spot, which I have to nudge across. of that. That. These are all problems to overcome, and we'll figure it out. And then when I do the proper thing, it'll be great. Whether I do the proper one on stream or not, I don't know. I just couldn't think of what to stream tonight. I was in the mood to stream. I couldn't think of what to stream. Because obviously Monarchy is done now, you know? And I'm not, as much as I want to play some docks, I'm not ready to start docks just yet. So I was trying to think of what to do tonight, and I was like, you know what? Let's do a building stream. Let's finally get started on a build that I've been intending to do for a really long time. And kept putting off because, you know, it's hard. I have noticed a tendency, though, that building anything on Monarchy, if it is a tall, remotely rounded structure, it will be compared to that. Like, I think it was like season 6, Krabby made a base that was like round and about 2 stories tall, and it still got compared to it. Surprised this one won't build. Really surprised that one won't build. Yeah. Yes, exactly. You're all such adults. So much. You've been building your little base on Windrose all day. Seems you need to stop now as the frame rates are dropping as soon as you enter the area. I mean, if it's anything like Ark, it's just going to be certain structures that are the problem. That's the problem that Ark has, definitely. Certain things. Like, I've put a little time into Official the past few days. And, like, yeah. I don't see myself playing Official, like, long term, because just the pillaring, for a start. You know, anything you want to do. Sorry, somebody's pillared that area off. But, like, there's one island on Gen 1 on the server that I've been on where somebody has put, like, 30 shipyards around the island to try and, like, you know, claim that area. And even just one shipyard starts to generate a bit of, like, loading lag. But 30 of them, you know, it's like you lock up as soon as you go near the island. It's definitely a choice, you know, on their part. Okay, I might need to go into ghost mode for this one. Just to try and fix this part of the build. I don't know if it's even going to work in ghost mode. Okay, there we go. I can do it in ghost mode. Say, mistakes were made with my building choices. Now I can't place that one instead. Interesting. But I can do these. I can do these. What on earth am I doing to Ark? Hello, Balwick. And hello, Dragon Angel. Happy old man birthday. No! No! I don't want to be old. I don't want to be old. So, I know it doesn't look anything remotely like it, but the plan is the Eye of Sauron. I'm basically currently working out how to make an eye shape at ground level so I can work out what templates I need to make, work out what looks good before I try and build it 20 stories in the air. I don't want to try and build it high up only to figure out that it looks crap. So I'm building it at ground level first. Should be able to get rid of that one. I did say I'm old, I know, but I don't want to be old. I don't. Oh wait, that was the wrong one. No! I didn't need that one. I don't want to be old. The years are going by far too quickly. My liking. Yeah, so if it doesn't look like the Eye of Sauron, that's because it's like... I'm in the testing stages. Okay? I've got a ways to go yet. Still figuring it out. So which one is it that I need? Let's trace it back. It should be down here, down here, down here, down here. And I'm pretty sure I got the right one there. Is it that one? No. It's got to be this one on the other side then. This one here that refuses to build. But I swear I've just put that one in. Did I not just build that one? I swear I just built that one. Alright, whatever. Let's just start demolishing stuff until it works. Or until I hear a crunch that I don't particularly want to hear, you know. It's okay. Is it that one? It's not that one. Trial and error. There. There. I think, is that the right one? Yes. There we go. Just needs a quick bit of foundation. That'll do. Cool. At least if you hear a crunching creative, it's not too bad, because you just go, oh no, let me just rebuild it. And after the last few weeks of building my floating base, well, apparently still some stuff came down. God damn it. But yeah, the last few weeks of building my floating base have made me a lot more resistant to crunch sounds, because I'm just so used to having the crunch sounds. You know? Like, I mean, hearing a crunch, especially that one with the spider. That one with the spider was like the worst one, because I was just so casually like, I wasn't even building. I was just casually playing along, cry upon a spider, and suddenly half my base collapses. That was just like, when you're building, you're like, you're half prepared for it, you know, like every time you pick something up, is it gonna go? Is this the one? But the crunch with the spider was just, oh, it was awful. Ice, mate. Oh, come on, you guys. Thank you very much, Ice, for 5 gifts as well. Come on, you guys, you gotta stop this. Don't make me turn it off. I haven't done anything to deserve this. All I did was live for another rotation of the Earth. You're being very silly, you guys. Thank you very much. I do really appreciate it, but like, stop throwing your money away, okay? Think of all those Ark DLCs you've got to save up for. All those new pay-to-win creatures that you're going to have to buy. Think about those. Hold on to your money. Thank you very much, Ice. How old am I now? You missed it all. I'm older than I want to be. I know that doesn't really narrow it down, because I feel like everyone's always looks forward to getting older until you hit around 25, and then suddenly it's like, oh no, stop, please, no, I've changed my mind. Yes, okay, hang on. I will show you. Ice sent me a picture on Discord. Hang on, let me get this picture up. Ice sent me a picture. It did make me laugh. It did make me laugh. Oh dear. I was gifted a Raptor. I didn't really have much choice there. I even tried to turn it down, but I was yelled at for doing so. So, yeah. That picture definitely made me laugh, Ice. Oh dear. No, that was good. I really appreciate that. I mean, I don't know who the middle one was. It's from a gamer or series or something I've not seen. But yeah, I obviously the Punisher I recognise. Especially after Axeman's video today. That was good. You know, that's what I was going for, clearly. Okay, these should stay up. Yeah, there we go, that's better. Right. Yep, all fine. All fine. Good. Right. So the shape is starting to come together a bit, though. You can ignore the big thick beams. That's just like because I was lazy. We'd use thin ones normally. I don't think metal would be the way to go when I build the eventual thing. I don't know what would be a good material because it's going to have to be painted to make it look more fiery. I don't think wood would do very well. Stone, maybe? Maybe there's a texture pack, like maybe we could do like, is there a lava texture? You've never had the issue of aging, really? You don't have some sort of neurodivergent thing or just normal for some not to care? I think a lot of it also depends on the stage you're at in your actual life as well, like as in what's going on in your life. For a very short thing, when I was in my early 20s, I was in a very serious relationship and looking to be married. And so at that point, I didn't care one bit about getting old because I was getting old with someone that I cared about. I had someone to share my life with. I didn't care that my life was progressing, because it was also progressing in a very good way. And then that all collapsed, and now I'm very aware that I'm getting older and my life has not progressed. And you start thinking, oh crap, I'm running out of time to do these things. You know? That's the big thing, I think, for me. If things had gone differently, yeah, like I would have reached this point and thought, well, I've had many happy years of doing things while I was young. Now I can like start to slow down and relax a bit, but instead I'm like, oh no, I've wasted my youth. So yeah. Castlecraft Elemental, we can have a look into it. Ice, you're closer to 30 than to 25. Okay, alright, young guy. For anyone wondering, today is my 40th birthday, so I don't feel it. I definitely feel old and grumpy, but 40 is not the, like, that just feels wrong. You know, when you're young, you think like 40 feels so old, and now it's like, oh god. Anyway, you can see the shape we're going for here. The idea is this would be from the side. The front of the Eye of Sauron would be here, and then this would be the side. So I built it a little bit before. We'll do it again now. Let's go from that one, shall we? So if we extend from there, I'll give, for anyone who's like coming a bit later, we'll give you an idea of what I'm aiming for. Unfortunately, there's no way to get around these like overlaps. It's just not possible with the limited structure options we have in Ark. Even that's a bit too early to be going for triangles, so we'll do one more row of squares. But yeah, I definitely think how much you care about getting older is going to be dependent on the stage your life is at. I remember my sister having like a massive list of things she wanted to do before she turned 30. And at the time, like, I was like, why? You know, who cares? But now, you know, she's married with kids, and so she didn't, like, say she was like really panicky about turning 30. But she was married with kids before she hit 40, and she didn't, like, mention any sort of, like, anything about turning 40. There was no, oh my god, you know, like, 40's so old, what am I doing? She was fine. But 30 was like a major thing for her. And it's just because her life's at a different stage. Right, so, I tried showing this earlier, but ignore these bits on the ground here. In fact, I think we can get rid of that and that. And these ceilings, that's foundation, that's good. Right, so we can get rid of those. Ignore everything at the ground level. In fact, can I... Let's look at it there. I did some very bad paint, some MS Paint, but the black line is what I've been building. Okay? That's what I've been trying to build. So you've got, like, the horn is obviously this bit over here, which I've just put in just temporarily. And then, what did you say it was called, Rebel? The canthus? I think you said canthus would be this bit, which I would rather have as, like, a curved one, and then into the eyeball. I think that would be better. Curve it. Okay, that was a terrible... Ignore my terrible drawing. Eyeball. I would rather curve it, but for now we're just doing a straight line. So... And then, yeah, you've got the obvious... actual shape of the eye. So that's what I'm trying to build at the moment. Which is why I haven't done it the way I'd normally do a dome. Where the convergence point, that's the word I was looking for earlier in the stream, I couldn't think of. The convergence point would normally be in the center at the top. Much easier for me to build it that way. Much, much easier. But now I'm looking for the convergence point being on the side. Purely so that we can do that canthus. Yeah. But the problem is I also need to do another one on the front so that I can make the pupil. At 40, you were single raising 4 kids on your own. All the best things happen after that age. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself at least. Like say, it's going to be different for everyone. Some people will not care. Some people it's like the end of their life, you know. If you are happy with the stage your life is, that's all that matters. I mean, you know, there's some people who, like, you know, their happiest times have been in the, like, 80s, you know. I would like to have something before that, but, yeah. Ice, the older you get, the less you feel age difference in communicating and making friends, apart from maybe potential close relationships that can lead to creating family. One of my longest gaming friends I've had is someone I met when I was about 20. And I think he was approaching 40 already, and he's... I knew a bunch of other people at the time as well, but he's the one that sort of... that I still... we don't talk that much these days, but if I'm going to play a new game, if something comes out, you know, he's normally the one that I will play with. So we've known each other for about 20 years now. But yeah, it's a weird one because when I was like a kid when I was a teenager playing games online, like playing things like Counter-Strike. So I was like, you know, sort of 14, 15, and all the other people I knew online were like late 20s, early 30s, a couple in the 40s who had like kids my own age. Everyone I met was older than me. And so I would have thought that those same people would still be around, and like as I got older, I would, you know, so I would still encounter people who were a good 10, 15 years older than me. Or at the very least that I would encounter people of my own age online. And yet now I feel like every single person I encounter is a teenager. And it's like, what happened to the ones my age? Where have they gone? Stop! In 40 years when Arc 2 drops and we're 80, we can do Grandpa Monarchy. Ah, damn it. What? It'll be like season 10 by then. Oof. They have been slowing down a bit between seasons. Anyway, how long do I keep building my eye for is the question. How far do I take the eye? Should we do the whole... Well, it's only going to be half an eye because I have the ground in the way. I still need to figure out the mechanics of the pupil on the front as well. I think I'll finish off like... We'll do this half down to the ground. We'll go down to the ground. So onto that one. And then we'll start looking at the other side. There, that's what I want. Actually, I can probably... How's this going to work out? Better come out before you will not get to play it. Like, at this point, we, like... frequently question, does Arc 2 even exist? Have they forgotten about it? Will Arc 2 ever come out? Man, that foundation is a long way off the ground. Can't place the one behind it. And that's why I wanted to build this off the ground first, because look at this. Sorry, on the ground, because look at these problems you encounter when doing it this way. If I did my normal dome, where I'm rotating around this point, so we're turning in a circle this way, if the foundation works on one angle, it'll work on all the angles. If I am building it like this, rotating around this way, it's not gonna work every time, and that's the problem. You have one of the coolest chats, the people you're watching you reflect. So yes, I used to stream on Twitch, and my chat there was awful. It was full of people like Sir Gondor. Terrible, terrible, filthy place, disgusting. Real cesspool of humanity, that place. But my YouTube Arc chat is great. Honestly, I'm really, really, really grateful for everyone who's found their way here. Yes, Gondor, it was a joke before you start. I do think it helps a lot the games as well, though. Like, so I started streaming many years ago. I streamed a game called War Thunder. I don't know if any of you have played it. It has some similarities to the Ark community in that basically everyone plays it like non-stop, daily basis. You know, it is extremely addictive, and yet if you ever ask anyone, is it a good game, they'll be like, I hate it. So, you know, it's definitely got that in common with the Ark community. No one ever has anything positive to say. But I think with War Thunder, it was kind of... It was like reflected in the players' attitudes a lot as well. It meant that, like, people were always angry. People were always frustrated with something. And if you actually liked the game, it was quite hard to say you liked the game, because people just hated it so much. It was really hard to have like any sort of positivity about the game. Whereas with Ark, I think we all, no matter how much we get frustrated with the game, we all do at the end of it. We love the game. We enjoy the game. We are still here. And it's quite a welcoming game. Like there's subsections of the community in every game that are like more negative, more problematic, etc. But it's quite a welcoming game in terms of like the community is very friendly to beginners. Yes, less treason from Ark players. Ark players aren't releasing national secrets to try and win at a game. I think it helps that Ark is probably mostly played for PvE. Whereas War Thunder was a PvP game. Like, there was no PvE, it was purely a PvP game. And therefore it gets a little more toxic. But yeah, everyone is honestly really friendly with Ark. As long as you stay away from official PvP, it's a very friendly game. And the community is, even if we're not happy with the game at all times, everyone's always very, very friendly, very welcoming. I need that one. There we go. And that is, say, it's reflected in the community. It's a real shame that it's such a janky game, but no matter how much we all complain about it, we all love the game. We're all still here after years and years of jank, and yeah. There's some very, very friendly people. I'm very grateful that a lot of you have chosen to hang out with me. It makes it just a lot more enjoyable to stream, to make content when people, you know, are positive. making content for War Thunder was like it was a real it could be quite depressing at times. It's not really something I've had to deal with Ark, thankfully. Ice, when you are thinking about it, it was easy for you to make friends and chat with someone who is older than someone who is your own age or younger. I do find that a bit, yes. I think shared experiences is part of it. Someone who is older than you, you are like, you can be fairly assured that, like, if you say mention a favorite TV show or something from when when you were younger, they will know what it was because they also lived through it. Someone younger than you, you try and reference something, try and like bring up a favorite childhood cartoon, and they just go, huh? Like, that makes you feel old very quickly. Right, so this is starting to get very messy down here. Very, very messy. I'll figure out which bits I need. Pretty sure this one is one of them. The problem's getting to be foundation support. This is something you never used to have to worry about, right? Because the foundation support would bend with, so like, if you see I've got my pillars on an angle, if it's connected to foundation at the bottom, the foundation used to run all the way up there, and it just treated it like a pillar, so it treated that as being straight up. And they eventually patched it, so now the foundation support remains going straight up, and this is going out to the side, so I'm now too far away from it. Never used to be a problem. You could build like 30, 40, 50 foundations in that direction as long as it was connected at one end. So yeah, they made things a little trickier. Still doable. Much messier. Damn. It is definitely getting harder though. Let's take that one away. That one away. There we go. Foundation. Hello, Zenitzer. You think my base is drunk? Not quite. It's getting there, though. It's getting there. Whoopsie. Thank you very much. How are you doing today, Az? I think that's another thing that, when you say I've got a really nice community, I think a lot of it is shared community, especially from this season of Monarchy. Like, you really see how much the viewers spread around. You meet the same people in so many different chats. So, like, you find all the really positive, very friendly, very supportive people from one chat end up trickling through to all the chats, and like, it's not me that's built this community at all. Like, these are all people who've been sort of a part of other communities first and have then come to me through, like, so some have been here for a long time, some have come this season of Monarchy, and it spreads. And you know, all the bad eggs have already been filtered out by someone before me, and yeah, I say I was worried about joining this season originally. I wasn't sure I wanted to. I've ended up being very glad I did. I'm not gonna like pretend that it was purely a positive thing, you know, that there have been downsides to it. There were, you know, there were ups and downs, but it's been mostly ups, and I'm still, either way, I'm glad I joined. Because I've met so many really, really friendly people. I mean, even just in the chat right now, you know, even just amongst the creators, we've got Nikki, Gong, Ice, you've all been so friendly this season. And I would have never met any of you if I hadn't signed up, so. For them, you know, for you guys alone, I'm glad I did. Right, I need... Which one? This is getting so messy in here. This is such a mess of foundations underneath. I will find the correct one and I will join it together. That one. That's the one I wanted. Right. Hello, Athena. Yes. Birthday stream of, well, it's something. It's kind of getting there, you know? To be honest, I feel like we've lost the plot a little bit on the building. It doesn't really look like anything right now, but I still know what I'm doing. I still know why I'm doing it, why I'm here. So it's okay. That's the important part. I know what I'm building. You guys might not remember. It's hard to tell sometimes. But I'm aware. Which it should be a full beam, I think. Yeah, full beam. God. Problem is I'm getting so close to the ground. Oh. Wait, that's a quarter wall. I should be able to go on the top of that. I have to go back into Ghost. I really built this too low to the ground. I really did. There we go. They don't know that, Gondor. You've known me longer. No one else realizes that I don't know what I'm doing. Because nobody else understands what's going on either, and therefore they can't say, you've done that wrong. No one can tell me it's wrong, because no one knows what it is. This is the way it works. I can get away with this. Because nobody knows. No one can tell me it's wrong. Because none of you know what's right. I think that's another thing when it comes to, like, you know, having a good community around you. I think, again, going back to, I started with a game in on Twitch that was... It's honestly, I didn't know when I started streaming it, but it's quite known for having a very toxic, negative community, which means that the first people you find in your community, your own personal one, are a bit more that way inclined, and it turns away the people who want to be a bit more positive. You know, they don't want to hang out in that atmosphere. With the Ark community, I've been lucky enough that the first people who found my channel, the first people who started hanging out in my channel, have been very positive and very supportive, which means that anyone who is negative that comes in quickly gets kind of pushed out. With War Thunder, it was the other way around. The negative ones were the ones there first, and they drove the positive people out. Here, you guys being positive and supportive drives out anyone who shows up and tries to be negative. So it's certainly, like, it's not something I've achieved on my own. It's because you guys have been here and been supportive for me. Right, I need one more panel, which annoyingly didn't build the foundation because I've made it really dodgy. But I can delete all these. That can go, that can go, that can go. Can you tell what it is yet? So stupid. Well, when I play Ark as a senator, it's you know, I'm for the most part, I feel like I'm quite relaxed when I play Ark. As I said, playing War Thunder, it is a PvP game. I did try and be more relaxed and more positive. Like, if I died, I would sort of, you know, I would try and focus on what did I do wrong, how could I do it better next time, rather than just blame my team. But yeah, it's a PvP game. You are bound to get more negative behavior with it. Right, I need 1, 2, 3. It's piece number 4. Can I get piece number 4 in there? Let's try and do it backwards. That might be my solution here. We'll invert it. You won't stick with the stream if they have even one person that is always a negative Nancy. It's a shame sometimes. Like, so... What I will say, guys, is that I'm not officially autistic. I've never been, like, properly tested for it. But let's just say all the signs are there. The main reason I've not been properly tested is because simply in this country the waitlist is very long for these kind of things. So I've never been, like, properly tested. Wait, that's the wrong one. I want 4 from the top. So I want 1, 2, 3, 4, that one. Which I think is it that? Can I trace it back? Sorry, I just distracted myself. I want to say it's this, which is rather awkward. But yeah, there's like the wait list is huge. But basically, it means I'm not always the best at reading things. Yeah, I'm not great with some social stuff. For instance, not to put you on the spot or anything, Belwick, but like there was one the other day where it was to do with the cryo gun, and you were like, "Oh, I like a challenge. I don't like the cryo gun," and it was a joke on your part. It was you said yourself it was a joke. But when I first read it, I was like, "Oh, sod off," you know. Like it's just because I'm just very bad at interpreting those things. I have considered using a webcam for that in the past. Just because I've been told that people have the same problem reading my emotion, like, through the stream. That like, nobody can really understand how I'm... like, when I try and make a joke, nobody really knows, like, if I'm joking or if I'm being serious. So I have considered a webcam for that, but honestly I really don't want to use a webcam, so I'm sorry, you're all just gonna have to cope with that. Yeah, nothing against, it was nothing against you at all, Barwick. It was just the first example that I could think of. I'm not very good at reading people's, or interpreting people's comments sometimes, so yeah. Overall, you are all very, you're all very positive people. We've only got one person banned so far, thankfully, and that is someone who I know is banned in at least half a dozen other streams this season, so I think I've been quite lucky with who stayed around. But I have said it before, I mean, even just tonight I've said it before, but the community is not just a reflection on me, it is also a reflection on you guys. You guys are the community that is around me. Obviously I can ban people, I can get rid of people I don't like, but you guys, yeah. You guys shape it, not me. We're getting there. Slowly. Very slowly. I am getting there. And nothing's falling down. Yeah. It's as well, something I've always found a bit awkward is, you see a lot of people say things like, you know, oh, so-and-so is a really good streamer. I do think there is such a thing as being, like, good or bad at streaming. But I don't think it's quite so simple as it's often made out to be. Can I build that one? Yes. Like, to me, it's... I don't see it as somebody is a good or bad streamer so much as... I think streaming is a two-way thing. It's like it's a collaboration between the streamer and their chat. If you've got a very positive and active chat, it is very simple to stream, honestly, I think. Like, you know, it gives me, you guys are here, you guys are chatting, you guys are being supportive, makes it so easy for me to just chat back. If the people in chat are being negative or even just extremely quiet and nobody's talking, you kind of like, you start to, or for me at least, I start to stumble. I don't know what to say. I can't just narrate my gameplay for 3 hours straight, you know. So to me, it is a collaboration. It's not being a good or bad streamer. It is like chat is part of it too. It's a joint effort. And you kind of like, you know, both sides get out what they put in, so. No, I'm very, very grateful for the people we have here. And I think, honestly, it is fair to credit a lot of that to this season of Monarchy. A lot of you I've known around for a while. Like I've seen you in other streams quite often. So like that's made it a lot easier as well. I already I feel like I can talk to you. You know, I feel like I can make a joke with you because I've seen you in other streams because I know you. As much as I would love to take the credit for it, it is, yeah, it's not down to me. It's because other people have already helped cultivate this community a little bit. Well, oh, damn, I've missed some stuff though. Typing is a weird thing where the same words can mean wildly different things, but you don't quite know because vocal inflection isn't said. Yes. Athena, you tend to overuse emojis. Yes, I like if I read back a conversation between me and someone else, I will use a lot of emojis. And yet, being an old and grumpy guy, which is, you know, why I identify with dwarves, they are grumpy. And I don't just mean as in Snow White, but yes, they are grumpy. And I'm old in the sense of I hate slang. You know, people using all those like Gen Z, you know. And yet I use emotes like crazy because it's just the easiest way for me to get across my intent. So yeah. Yeah, I'm a bit of a weird one for that, but I overuse emotes a lot. But like, I don't necessarily stream in the manner that I like to watch either. Although even what I watch depends on my mood quite a lot. It's getting really tricky now with how close we are to the ground. I might not be able to go any further with my test build here. I think I'm running out. People using bet as a full sentence fills you with fury. Bet. No, I completely get it, Athena. I completely get it. Barwick, I will make a mental note. I am also a very sarcastic person, so I will make a note that you are sarcastic. I tend to put the little like tongue out face like on almost every sentence to try and emphasize sarcasm. Doesn't always work, but this is getting really tricky to build now because of how low to the ground I've gotten. This is really awkward. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to complete my half or quarter dome. Should have elevated it. I did mention like a few weeks ago that I was considering trying to shift my streaming to Twitch once Monarchy was over. And part of that is, honestly, I just prefer the remote system so much. Not only have you just got a lot more options for remotes, but you can also use them in other channels, and you can use them on Discord as well, so... I kind of leaning that way, but I know a lot of you said you are not fans of Twitch. And I'm not about to go, oh guys, thanks for supporting me this past 6 weeks. I'm off to another platform, bye! Yeah, this is starting to get really awkward. Okay. See, some of them you can manually place, but you can't build with template hammer. Excuse me. Love dwarves, you love elves. Oh no. Not elves! When you're thinking about it, you start to get Gimli and Legolas vibes. You know what? That does make a lot of sense, Ice. That does make a lot of sense. Yeah, I really like dwarves. Never used to be like a massive thing for me, but the past couple of years I've gotten really like I used to read a lot more sci-fi, or read and watch a lot more sci-fi, and then the last few years I've started to delve more into sort of fantasy stuff. And yeah, fantasy dwarves really, like, yeah, I really felt a big kinship with fantasy dwarves. Helped a lot by the fact that particularly the Warhammer fantasy dwarves are so I live in Yorkshire in England, and the Warhammer fantasy dwarves are a very big satire of Yorkshire. Particularly grumbling about the good old days and things like that. So, yeah, it's like, it speaks to me. God, this is getting harder and harder and harder to do now. Yeah, Gimli and Legolas makes a lot of sense. Like, a little bit of competition, but a bit of friendly competition, you know? In fact, it makes even more, like, it's even more fitting, Ice, because when the season started, and I probably shouldn't even say this, but everywhere I went to try and do anything, like, oh, I'm gonna go do an outpost. I'll just pop over to this outpost. Ice Blaze is already there. Sodding Ice Blaze. And yes, like, but we've ended up spending a lot of time together, like playing together all the time. It's really gone from like him again to like, Ice, let's go and do something. Let's have an adventure. Yeah, Legolas and Gimli. No, I do like that. That's good. It's a good analogy. Elves. Why? What's the phrase from Lord of the Rings? I'll be dead before I see the ring in the hands of an elf. Just replace ring with crown. Nah, love it. Love it. Every time I tried to go anywhere, ice has beaten me to it. That was it. Going in the volcano? Oh, ice is already here. Off the farm element. Damn it, ice. No, that's great. That's really good. Yeah, I like that. Okay, this is getting harder and harder to make sense of my own building because it's on such a weird angle. This is getting really problematic. I keep like having to take bits away and then redo them because I can't figure out where I'm building. It's getting such a mess. Raz's arrow. Oh god, no! Don't say that to him. Don't let Raz think that. Aragorn, the hero. No. No. We can't let Raz hear that. That's fine. I think I might have taken one too many. It's okay. I'll soon find out when I can't build this anymore. Congratulations to anyone though who is managing to keep up with what's going on in the building, because I'm barely following my own construction right now. I'm just kind of autopiloting it. Raz's Pippin! Oh my god. Oh, that's fantastic. Love it. We've had one boss fight. What about second boss fight? It's that one. Yeah, it's that one. Oh, no. Razavino, Merry and Pippin. Okay. Look, I am quite sure they would both be happier with Merry and Pippin than when they were getting compared to Harry and Ron. I can't imagine they would be sad about Merry and Pippin. Honestly, after Gimli, Merry and Pippin are probably my favourites from Lord of the Rings. I suppose probably says a lot about me that I like the comic relief characters rather than the serious heroes, you know. You know, I haven't watched Lord of the Rings yet this month. It's almost at the end of August and I haven't watched Lord of the Rings yet. I guess I know what I'm watching when I go to bed tonight. Who will be offended by being compared to Merry and Pippin? People who don't understand that Merry and Pippin are great. I'm sure there's some people who would take offense to it, but nobody should. Merry and Pippin were important characters. There's that, so there's a meme about how Pippin saved the world by pushing the skeleton down the well. Pippin causes the Balrog to turn up, which causes Gandalf to die and get resurrected as a stronger form of Gandalf, which then goes on to lead to Sauron's demise. Pippin is the hero. You've never finished the extended... Oh my god. It's not often I will say this, but shame that person. Shame them. You like Newt from Fantastic Beasts? I've only seen the first one. I'm missing one piece here that I need. Oh, this is going to be such a mess when I try and do this properly, you know. Like, high in the air, this is going to be so rough. This is why I want to get it all sorted out at ground level, and I want to learn, work out what I'm going for. Is it? It's not that. Is it that one I need? No, it's this one. It's this one down here. That's the one that I can't seem to build. What if I get rid of that? Can I build it now? It just says no ground. Okay, so it's too high up. I'm just gonna make this very awkward. We have to build underground. Yeah, yes, the D&D analogy. Gandalf was just stealing all the XP. Yeah, see, I can't build that one. There's too little visible there, but if I raise it up by half a foundation, there's not enough in the ground. So I need to turn it around. Things are starting to get very tricky. Very tricky. So, part of the reason I didn't watch any of the other Fantastic Beasts is, from my understanding, the first one, like, it was kind of, yeah, it was Fantastic Beasts. Like, you know, it's about these magical creatures and all. Like, it was expanding the setting, expanding the world, giving them... That's the wrong one. You know, just filling it out a bit. And that was great. But then it turned into, like, it was still called Fantastic Beasts, but from what I understand, the second and third one had nothing to do with magical creatures anymore. It was all just about this war with what's-his-face, not Johnny Depp. Or briefly Johnny Depp and then changed actor. Okay, I need 1, 2, 3, so it'll be 1, 2, 3. I need this one, which connects to, I think, yeah, that's partly why I never saw the other ones, because Like, I read someone's description of it as being basically nothing to do with the thing I actually liked in the first film. And I just went, well, screw you then. You know? I don't care about Johnny Depp's Magic War. I'm gonna try that one. Problem solving. 90 degrees. Can I put it there? Nope. I can put it there. Hey. I will admit, I'm not the biggest fan of, I can't remember his name, the guy who plays Newt. What's his name? You liked it because in a weird way it reminded you of Ark. I can see that, yeah. I could see that. Ark is definitely a, you know... I mean, it's literally go out and tame... Well, it started as go out and tame prehistoric creatures and then turned into, like, more of a go and tame fantasy creatures. But I could see the connection, certainly. Eddie Redmayne, that's the one, thank you. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Eddie Redmayne. I can't even say why. Like I just don't know what it is. There's just something. There's just something about him. They're just like, I find myself kind of being like, oh, he's in it, you know. All right. Here's where things start to get really messy. I think it's there. Should be able to pick this up. And that. Okay, that should be fine. And then this should be able to go. Moment of truth. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So I'm almost at a full quarter now of my giant eyeball. This would be so much easier if the Eye of Sauron just had a normal pupil and iris, because then I could just paint like this bit and go, look, it's an eye, guys. It's a giant eyeball. But because it's got the more reptilian like slit pupil, it's gonna make things even weirder. So how do I go from here? How do I proceed from here? That's pillar. That's beam. I need to make sure I maintain foundation support while I do this, so let's pull these back a bit. Yeah, very carefully. Very, very carefully. Oops. Okay, that is number 93. Is that connected? That is connected to 93. Okay. Should be okay to pull some of these up, but I'm not entirely sure. If I was to go that way, that's not. Okay, that's 15. That is connected to number 15 and number 56. That's 56, that's 15. So that is joining those two pillars together. In theory, I should be able to get rid of this pillar as well. But that's a big one. Tell you what, I always forget this exists. Create a backup save. There we go. Right. Right. Oh dear. So. Let's take that away and we'll build a half. And that on there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Nothing happened, Berwick. It's fine. It actually succeeded. No, we're okay. We are okay. Now, can I do this? That. This next bit should be a lot more straightforward, though. Ooh, let me just... All good, all good. All is good. Except I can't get to that one in there, but that's fine. We're good, we're okay. I'll do it manually from this bit forwards. To be honest, this is probably the one I don't want to build. Whatever. Now I try and build the front of the eye. Foundation support. Say, never used to be a problem, this bit. Foundation support. As long as it was got foundation support at one end, it was just like, yeah, that's going up, technically. It's fine. Now it actually recognizes that it's going sideways and it doesn't allow it. So that first time I made the dome was a lot easier than it is now. Still very doable. I just would have to add a bunch of extra foundation support while I built it. Mildly concerning response. No, it's all fine. We're all good. And now I should be able to break you, and you, and you, 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 and you. And you. Get rid of all these. Boom, 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 boom. But whereas the other ones I've been doing, oh god, okay. Yeah, so the other ones I've been like slowly rotating down around there. This one I'm going to rotate around this way instead. So we get rid of these two. Build that back to there. Am I going to template it when it's done and rebuilt in the volcanic biome? It will be built in the volcanic biome, yes. This is basically just... like, I want to work out what the best way to build it is to make it look like an actual eye. That's the whole point here. I'm building it at ground level so I can work out how to make an eye shape. Like, I've still got to elevate it, you know, up into the top of a tower. I haven't even worked out how I'm gonna make the tower look yet. But that's going to need a lot of extra pillaring. Oh, that's not pillaring. Oh yes, pillaring. Scaffolding to go like all the way up to the top. It's going to need a lot more. But it will be in the probably the Gen 1 volcano. Strauss is like a maybe, but I think the Gen 1 volcano is probably what I'm looking for. Although it's going to suck when I finish it and then the volcano erupts and destroys it. You know, that's like, oh dear. Never mind. I don't know whether the volcano can actually hit. Like, you know, being new at the map, I have no idea what the actual volcano impact ranges are. Close enough or far enough? Okay. We'll have to scout for an ideal location. Like, I always thought building it in the middle of the lava would be kind of cool. But also, you know, it's in the middle of the lava. So, it's a bit dangerous. And Sauron's tower was never in the middle of the lava. Was it? It was near a volcano, but it wasn't like surrounded by lava. So it's a choice between going with like what looks cool and what's accurate. This is called The Origin of Combat. Is this track? Do you think it had a lava moat? Well, I mean, as I said, I'll have to watch it tonight and find out. I can't remember a lava moat, but I mean, if I'm doing it in creative, it's not too bad building in the middle of lava, is it? You know, I can't die. But doing it on a server, anytime I fall while building, you know, oh dear, I've just burnt to death. That construction skill from the Lost Colony tree would be coming in extremely handy. Mostly inside and somewhere in the middle of the radius, because rocks don't go too close usually and can't get really far. Okay. I did consider living in the volcano for the season. The main reason I didn't is I thought I wanted to try and interact with as many of the other creators as I could. And as much as people will go to the volcano, most people were going to be living in the ocean and sailing around the ocean, so yeah, I figured living in the ocean was the best way to see a lot of people. That was the idea. Of course, when it first started, I thought it was a much more pirate-focused season. I figured we'd be doing, like, almost entirely ship-based stuff. It turns out very few of us really spent time with the ships beyond just basic travel. Alright. How can I turn this into an eye? Need to get some sleep, have a good time and stream. Don't forget to like. Thank you. Thank you again, Eyes. Sleep well, mate. I'll catch up with you on the server tomorrow at some point. Once I've finally moved over. Ah, now here's a problem I haven't thought about. Okay. That's alright. Oh, no, it's not a problem. It's not a problem, don't worry. I just built in the wrong place. Don't worry, no problems. No problem. That's just me picking the wrong snap point. We're fine, guys. We're fine. To be honest, I shouldn't need this one anymore. I'm gonna back up, save it. Yeah, fine. Tower's a good distance from the volcano if you mean from the movie. Yes, yeah, when we're talking about the movie version. I mean, I do think it would look cool with a lava moat, so I might give it a lava moat anyway. You know, I can't be completely movie accurate because obviously the terrain around it is different. You know, there's only so much I can do. And as we've established, I'm building out of, like, you know, squares and triangles. How accurate can it be in terms of shape? Sizes, things like that. I just don't have the options for a lot of this stuff. Choice just isn't there. I do really like the Ark soundtrack, it's very good. Especially the Gen 2 one. Like, I've never played Gen 2, but I love the OST for Gen 2. It is so well done. This is the Rockwell Battle Suite. Yeah. This is another thing I've said. Like, do I want it to be a do I want it to be a functional base that looks like Sauron's Tower? Or do I just want it to be a purely creative thing that looks like Sauron's Tower? Because if it has to be a functional base, then sizing becomes a bit different. Like making a massive tower is going to be quite a problem to turn into a usable base. You are going to have so much empty space inside. Especially getting up and down it is going to be a problem. But if I just want to build a structure that looks like Sauron's Tower, that's different. Like, if you're not meant to be able to go inside it, then the eye can be like complete and a mess. But if I want it to be functional, I need it to be hollow. Which I can do, but it's more work. Okay. I mean, I'm making it hollow right now. But what's the build height? I don't know what our maximum height is. This eye right now is going to be... So I'm currently 5 walls tall, and this is only half of it, so it'll be 10 tall and 10 wide for the eye. We obviously know that the eye is a tiny little thing at the top of a gigantic tower, so I would, to make it movie accurate, I'm probably looking at like 100 walls tall. I don't think the skybox even goes that high. So this might be too big, but at the very least I can try and work out the shape. I can maybe make it smaller. it is potentially possible to make it smaller. But it gets trickier. I think I can do half the size. I can't go much smaller than that. Yeah, we are making progress. You can see I've got two different types of circular construction here, depending on where the convergence point is. This one's for the side. This one I'm going for the top. Ignore the thick beams; they wouldn't be there. You like Gen 2 personally? You put it under Fjorda as your favourite map? I think Gen 2 is very divisive. I've never played it, but I know you start with a free, like, a worse version, but you start with a free tech suit, which is an extremely divisive thing. You know, you've got a tech suit and you've got HLNA. I think that's very divisive, and I can completely understand why. See you later, Raptor. Thank you again. But it is so much easier building this type of dome. Like, I haven't had any. Oh no, it won't let me place. Problems. I'm just going around. It's too high. There we go. Yeah, think of how much hassle I had trying to get the foundations in for the tilted one, and now think of just how quickly I'm able to build this instead. This is definitely the easier form of dome to make. For reference, this dome is 32 sides, right? I haven't finished the whole lot, obviously. I'm only building half of it so far, and I've been building it in a weird, in a weird way. But this is 32 sides. The one that I made on Rag is 96 sides. Gen 2 is massive, so absolutely enormous. Without it, you would never get to most of it without suit. But it's got May wings. They're like one of the fastest travel mounts in the game. Surely you would easily, like, Maywings have to outpace a I think that they have to outpace the tech suit, right? They must outpace the tech suit. Ooh, am I starting to reach an issue with overlap there? No, there we go. Hello, orchids, thank you. If you're on a mount, it would probably take you a few hours. Wait, if you were on a mount, it would take you a few hours to walk from one to the other. Scale is insane. Jessica, you were a Lord of the Rings geek growing up dressing as hobbits. Was your childhood? Oh. I mean, I love Lord of the Rings as well, so I'm not gonna shame you for that one, not at all. I've definitely heard that the missions were better in Gen 2, yeah. Like, I'd always heard that Gen 2 was Gen 1 done properly, was kind of like the description. Although I also know, like, one of the things people don't like with Gen 1 is no flyers. I love it, personally. I think it just changes the gameplay so much. It makes so many more mounts, like, actually have a purpose once you get rid of flyers. So I'm quite happy with that. But I know that it was, yes, it's a very divisive thing. Right. So this is why I was thinking of doing it this way. You can see, like, we are slowly coming to what could be the, like, the pupil shape. Obviously, I want it around here instead. That'll come in time. So I now want to go for that one. But you can see, like, a little bit what I've kind of got in my head. To be honest, when I started tonight, I had an idea in mind and thought, oh yeah, that should work really well. And then I started building. And almost immediately went, wait, that's not going to work. Like, no, that's a terrible plan. So I'm glad that something is coming from this building tonight. I honestly don't know if you guys are able to follow a single thing that I'm doing, because I haven't really explained very well. And I've just been... well, the past 2 hours I've just been repeating this same process, which if you weren't here for the start when I did the first version of it, you're probably a bit lost. So I don't know if this is making for good content, but I'm glad that at least I'm getting something that is slowly starting to look the way I wanted it. I've just got to hope that you guys are enjoying it as well. If not, I've been kind of failing as a creator, you know. It's kind of an important part, making it, like, decent for the audience, not just myself. Beams, there we go, that's the one. That's the one. There. The other thing to consider is Gen 2 tech suit offers the same amount of protection as cloth. Really? Right, okay. I mean, I knew it wasn't like full tech, like tech level. I knew it's a weaker tech suit. I only knew of it in terms of functionality, that it is like, you know, like it's not as fast as a normal tech suit or anything like that. I didn't know it had such a weak armor value. Yes, but Jessica, there is obviously there's enjoying the conversation and there is enjoying the content. If you came here for building, I've not been doing a very good job of trying to actually explain. If you're here for conversation, we're probably in a slightly better state. But ideally, I would like to cover both. So if anyone has any questions, whether it is about this build or anything building related, do feel free. I will do my best to try and help. I think I explained all of what I was doing at the start, but obviously that was several hours ago, so any later arrivals are probably struggling a bit. Yeah, I think the pupil shape is starting to come together. Maybe like one narrower would do, and then I just need to shift it to the front side. So we'll fill in this gap, and then I think we can get rid of this one, and... Ooh. I'll have a think. Yeah, two different types of, or two different methods of making a dome. One is a lot easier than the other. Michael, you're trying to figure out how I got the angles. Okay. So, we started out with a circle. Right? I've got a template for 32 pillars. There is a default one. If you go to the... Oh, there's the... See, I didn't know we had featured. But there's a default one here with pillar circle template. That's 32. That's right, that's 24. I'm using my own one that I've made, which is 32 pillars instead. I then have a template like this that I've made. So this is foundations turned on their side. You can turn things on their side without the template hammer, but it isn't as precise. It is a lot easier to turn things on their side with the template hammer, and the easiest way to do it, if we put down a foundation, you select it. Let's save it as I'll just call it 1 for now. We go to 1, export. Now, let's make a note. You can do this in Notepad instead, outside of the game. Is a lot easier, but if you are not able to do that, then a note is your best way. So you paste from your... When you do the export, it copies it to your clipboard. I don't know if you can do that on console, but you can put it into a note, and then if we go up, so you've got metal floor. These are your locations. Mine is set to 40 units above the ground. You don't need to change that, but I would normally set it to 0. And then here, I think it's roll. So that's a 90. We copy that, cancel our note, Get our template hammer out again, and we go to import. Yes, we've already got one called 1. And that is now on its side. I haven't, so things like my dome I haven't got shared as a template because it is simply too big and too complicated. It took me like 4 different templates to build, and each one had to be placed about 50 times. And depending on the terrain, it also had to be tweaked each time, so it wasn't a simple process. But stuff like a flipped foundation, yeah, I'll put those on the Discord if people want them. That's not a problem at all. But that's your easiest way to get a flip, and it will be, or it should be, precise. Arc being arc sometimes is not. Yeah, if you look at the top, so you've got rotation. P is 0, Y is 70, so that's like, because it's not directly north and south oriented. We are, if I line up probably about there, we can see we're not directly north, south, east, west. We are on a slight angle, so that's. And then you have the R value, which is 89.9999999. Even though I told it a precise 90 degrees, Arc still slightly annoyingly slightly fudges it, and it is 89.999999. But it's as close as you're going to get. And then for my dome structure that I've been doing, I then get my circle, and you can snap it to your flipped foundation. So now I get a circle on its side. Of course, this isn't straight into a dome, and I can't build all of these because these are still pillars, they're still off the floor, it's not connected. But I can build like up to there. But yeah, again, those are pillars, so we are putting ceilings on like that, which is not what I want. So I then have to use the 90-degree template again to turn these on their side as well. So, for instance, I'll put that one on there, and then I use my 90-degree foundation. And now I've got a ceiling on that angle. And if I do that on every single like spoke of my circle, eventually I will have an arc of ceilings. If you'd rather do it with walls, then again, same principle, but I would use this one instead. And then I can have an angled wall. And just repeat that until I've got my circle. The hard bit is getting foundation support for them, which is what all this mess in the middle ends up with every time I build it. So let's do another couple. There's no way I'm finishing my eye tonight. Even at ground level, I'm not finishing it tonight, but we've made progress, and I think I can make something that it would work as an eye. So yes, that's what all these are for. This is foundation to allow me to build up these ceilings. The hard part is getting it into the, like, getting it all the way up here on top of a building. Colouring, yeah, it should be... I want to use not metal. I want to use another another material to try and give it a bit of texture. Maybe stone could work? And then picking like a couple of shades of yellow and orange that are like quite similar, so I can try and make it look a bit fiery. I think that's the best I'm going to get. If I really, really want to go overboard with the build, I could potentially try and do something like it would take a lot of, again, a lot of work, especially up in the air, but I could like try and make it uneven by putting like some triangles and stuff on top. If I slightly tilt this one, just so it's got like little bumps here and there, just so it's not a perfectly round eyeball. And then yeah, just to make it look a bit more fiery. There's a free Gothic skin pack by Sandy that has glowing elements. See, that could work. I do generally try and build everything without skin packs, without mods. This will not work on official, by the way, because you've got so much overlap on these structures. Like, I think you could get this level on official, and the bottom one you might get away with this one. But anything higher up, there's just too much overlap, it won't work. You need structure collision turned off for it to work. But I tend to try and do it without skins where I can. Like maybe if I ever finish it and I do a showcase video, maybe I'll do like a showcase without skins and then one with. Part of the reason I don't like using skins for this kind of thing is that some of the skins change the, like, it doesn't just change the texture, but it changes the, like, the shape. So like I know some of the castle skins create arches, which you know, like if you don't have that skin, you won't see an arch. And if I was building this on a server, you know, not everyone. I don't normally play with skin downloads turned on because a lot of the skins are very, very big, and I value my hard drive space. So yeah, I try and build without skins wherever I can. But like I could do a showcase without and with skins, because I think some of the skin packs would fit very well for this build. Without them, I think stone might be the best I will get for trying to create a fiery texture, like mixing orange and yellow. Lost Colony skins. I've not really looked at the Lost Colony ones. I don't think they really work for that. What's the underside like? Can I flip it? It's got some glow to it, which would help. What's the... Let's do that, and then let's do give colors 10. Apply coloring. Okay. What have we got? No, can I not search like that? All right. Well, let's just do orange then. Okay, that's much more of a red than I was expecting. Tell you what, let's do it with a paintbrush so I can actually see before I apply. Let's go for a yellow. Right, so looking at the underside. So that's one region. The outer is another. So we could do like that, and then we could do what other colours we got here? That's a yellow. Brick. That's the glowy colour, okay. Gold. Gold could work on the outer edges. Mustard. No, that one's painted it. Yeah, it's okay. I don't think that's going to work too well for like covering large areas. One thing I really don't like with the arc skins is I hate the tiling nature of them. Like if you've got a big wall on your base, like say 10 wide and 5 high or something, you know, if you've got a huge wall, you can easily see a repeated texture over and over and over again. It's very easy to see a repeated texture. ASE, the Adobe, was great because it spread over like, so, you know, you could cover huge areas and it looked like it was one seamless wall. Now it doesn't do that, and it's got like beams between every piece, which make it really like it gets very repetitious. Yeah, Tides of Fortune is done better, but it's not as good as the ASE Adobe was. Some of the custom ones do have that effect, which is really nice, but yeah, I try to do without custom skins wherever I can. Like, I'm not building this on a server, this is built just for me. Maybe one day I would build it on a server. If I did, I would like everyone to see it the same way, no matter whether they've got skin downloads turned on or not. So I will do what I can to make it look nice without them. Now I'm going to have a bright red panel. We could also, like, I mean, this is kind of closing up. I think that's about the right width for the eye, right? I think that looks about right. But yeah, like, I could put a spotlight in there. Or as you say, I could put... I don't think torches work the best. I don't think they provide enough, and from a distance they go out. But there are some things that provide a lot of light. Magma saws provide a huge amount of firelight. So we could like put a magma saw inside it. Yeah. So I think, yeah. Now I can either leave a gap and then like put a spotlight or something in it, or I can fill in the gap but paint it black. What I would really love, bear in mind, you know, just remember this is going to be mirrored down underneath, and it's going to be like all the way up here. If I could put... Oh, it's not going to work properly. I was thinking if I could put like tech doors in the gap. paint them black, and you could use it as like as a flyer, like entry point. But it won't work. It won't work because they need to have support on the sides for the doors to stay in place. And there won't be any. Because like these aren't attached together. You know, they're overlapping there. They're attached at the top and bottom, but they aren't attached straight. Let me see if I can show you. Let's just get some... Just get a foundation down. Right, so if you have that, and then let me get tech. Can you even do it with tech floors? Tech ceiling. Okay, yeah, so we can do tech hanger door, right? Which is like that. And that's fine, because it's got this one directly below it. But if I was to do my little this thing, and then let's go out here. Now let's try and put a tech. Yeah, I can't. Oh, wait, can I? No, that's just a ceiling, tech ceiling. I don't want that. I don't want a tech ceiling. I want... So the tech cellar doors, it won't go on the end of the pillar, you see? It will only go on the end of that. I might... Maybe we can like fudge it a little bit, but I don't think it's going to work. Will it allow it to snap to a beam? That's a large cellar door. Didn't want that one. Oh, maybe actually, maybe it can work. It might actually be doable. Okay. Last time I tried with tech, it didn't work. That's good if that's changed. It's still got some problems with it though. There are other problems. So again, that needs an attachment point, not cellar door. It needs an attachment point. I can put like that on there, and we can have a double. I do wish that when you had them like this, so you can see that like, because they've got a different wave pattern going on, you get the like seam appears between them, which is really irritating to me. Not something you particularly notice, but it's still, I don't like it. And also, of course, the way they open. If you fly through the middle, each one, like it doesn't open as one big door. It opens in like into the middle, which looks a little odd, but there's nothing you can do about it. But the problem is, I need it to go on a. I need it to go on an angle. And the only way to get it on that angle is with the beam in between. So like I would get to here and go, let's fly in. Oh, beam. Beam. And if I pick up the beam, the door goes with it. Now I can maybe work around it a little by doing the one above as well. I keep getting the wrong tech door. need to foundation this. Done it again. Wait, no, I don't want that one. I want beam that one, that one. So I can do that, but because there's no connection point between those two, if I now remove this, that goes down. It would be connected at the top, and it would be connected at the bottom, so it is doable for two pieces, but it's not easy. It basically means I would have to have a pillar all the way down in the middle of the build. Which, I mean, yeah, fair enough. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world, one pillar. But it does mean that the biggest I can get is basically too high. Enough to get an RG through. Is any of this easy? No. But some things are easier. Some things are easier. Yeah, I don't have to make the eye facing forwards as well, do I? I can have the eye facing off to one side, so this could work. Like just doing it like this. I might be able to find a solution for it. We'll keep playing. We'll keep playing for now. So, do that. But yeah, guys, any building questions at all? Like even just like normal, you know, anything not related to this. If you just have general building questions, I am quite happy to answer. Or to try and answer. If you're having a problem with something. I'm not very good at designing. You know, if you're like, oh, my house doesn't look right, please. How do I make this look like a proper, you know, proper church or something? Why did that come down? But yeah, I'm not good at that. I'm good at weird mechanical stuff. I'm not good at. I'm not really very good decorator. I must have reached my limit on foundation support there. Won't be a problem when we've got the massive tower built, because the tower will be supporting it. But it is a problem right now. So, never mind. It's okay. Because yeah, the foundation spot's over here. So I just need to actually what I can do. Do 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 do. We've got to finish it first, Jessica. Got to finish it first. And I mean, this isn't even like the you know, full version, is it? This is just building at ground level. Getting it high in the air is going to be a whole other challenge. That should work for foundation. Yeah, there we go. Right. Yeah. I've been working on the principle of getting the eye just facing forwards. It doesn't have to face forwards. I can face it off at an angle. Like it's searching for something. Depending on where I eventually build it, I could maybe like have the spotlight pointed at the entrance to the volcano. You know? Like, oh no! The ring! It's inside! Or at a mission terminal or something. That could be fun. Obviously, we are nowhere near an actual eye. And we are definitely nowhere near the actual, like, the tower. I think, to be honest, had I made the tower first, more of you would probably have an idea what was going on. Like, anyone coming in is just going to see this and go, that's not the eye. What the... Liar! It's all work in progress. That's the wrong one. That's the one I wanted. Is it? No. This one. Third time's the charm. It will all eventually make sense, though. That's the important thing. I don't know when we'll do part 2. I just honestly, I wanted to stream tonight. I had no idea what I wanted to stream. I wanted to share my birthday evening with you guys, you know. You've all been really friendly, really supportive these last few weeks. I wanted to spend it with you, so. I had to find something to do, and I've been meaning to try and do this for a long time. I was just gonna, you know, eventually go, look guys, I made a build! Ta-da! But, yeah, here we go. You get to share a bit in the process now. But I've still got to design the tower to go underneath. And make it like a comfortable size that doesn't look like very short and stumpy. So I think the eye is going to have to be smaller. I think I'm going to have to make this half the size. Which gets a lot more awkward. Like a lot more awkward. Right. What I was thinking here though... What if I take out... go with this one. Drat. Okay, what if I don't take out that one? What if I leave that one in? But please, Gondor. I mean, I said nice things and everything. One day, Gondor, one day I'll get you. One day. Can't evade it forever. Yeah, what if we leave that one in? I think it's because I just don't have foundation support under there. Like, I need this going back a bit. That should do. Let me rebuild a few things that I may have unintentionally destroyed. That's still in place, that's still in place. Oh no, wait, I'm looking at the wrong bit. Now it's in place. That's always a bit awkward. It's even more awkward, that's on. I was on the wrong piece. There we go. This is a really nice track as well, by the way. If you've not heard it before, this is Journey's End. This is like the, I think it's the end credits for Gen 2. I think that's all up. I was wrong, it's not. Because I can't see it in amongst all of that. I can't see the bit I'm trying to place. Too much stuff going on up there now. Too many pieces, too much overlap. Too impossible to see what I'm doing. Okay, that one's already in there, I think. Yeah, that should be alright now. So should be able to take that away, yeah. Should be able to take... Should be able to take that away, but can't. Why not? Why? Why, what's wrong? There, that's what I'm missing. That one. That one. Now it should be able to go. Yay! Okay. So, what I was thinking... Let's get this back on there. I think I want this one. Okay, so we build up to there. We put on a bit more foundation support. Put on that. Place this so we get the right angle I want. Take that away, and then I'm... Ah, no, damn it. Okay, should still be doable, but I need to make some changes. Just for this one piece. Huh. Why is that staying up? It's not connected at either end. Weird. It should be that. What I want is a sloped wall. I build that there. Let's put a ceiling in. Now can I put a sloped wall on it? Yes. Just got to get it sloped to the right side. There. Does that help with the eye look? Like if I was to do this one or the next one round is also a slope, should stay up when I get rid of those. And we can get rid of these. It's probably a bit high up, to be honest. I should have done the next one down, but whatever. This doesn't have to be precise. Oh. Never mind, it came down anyway. Fine, well, that was a stupid idea. I never wanted it in the first place. That's fine. As an eye goes, with a reptilian pupil, I think that's fine. We don't need that. So yeah, that's the idea for an eye. And then on this side, if I want to go like really complicated... Shh. Orchid. Shh. Yeah, if I want to go really over the top, I will curve this instead. But for now, we'll just do it as a straight line. Oh dear. For now, we'll just do this as a straight line. The worst part is for this, which again, if Rebel's still here, the canthus, look at me remembering the terms. But this will need building all the way around, not... Like, so you know how I've only done the front half? Front half is this style, and the back half is this style. I will need to make this go all the way around. And yet, it only goes halfway. So I basically have to build the entire thing in this style, connect this up, and then remove half of it and rebuild it in this style. It's a lot of work. But, so that's the idea. We have an eyeball like that, where it sort of tapers off, connects to the big horns that stick up from the top of the tower. Let's get a roof. Yeah, I'm essentially going to have to build 2 spheres on top of each other. We got sloped. Unfortunately, that's not like templates aren't quite like that. Basically, when you make a template, it has to be able to place the piece, which means it needs to be given foundation support. Like, these will stay up. Once they've already been placed, I can then remove everything inside and they stay up. But they need to be placed first, and the template has to be able to place them. Now, some stuff it won't auto-build, but it will, like these pillars here, it won't place on its own, but I can manually place them. So there are limitations to what templates will allow you to do, which is why I never made a dome template, because you would need so many pieces. The best I could do for that was release like a template for one of these arcs. Yeah, this one that I've been using here. I could release this. And then give instructions of like, okay, place this 32 times. Place this, go through, delete all the pillars in the middle, and then repeat it another 32 times. That's the best I could do for templating the dome. And I couldn't make a template where it has 32 of these combined because you've got all these foundations in the middle which would be overlapping and blocking each other. You need to remove them before you move on to the next step. There is a lot of repetition. It's not something that I can make it do automatically. It's just not possible. Plus the template hammer has a limit of, I think it's 2,000 structures, which you would easily cross if you had all of those like scaffolding and everything inside. But yeah, so this is what I want it to look like from the side. We'll have these going into, not like this. This is a bit crap. This is just quick. That's like the horn that hold up the eye, and then this is connecting it to the eyeball. There'll actually be, if I go to Ghost, there will actually be the thing that structurally will hold it up is this. There'll be a pillar going through there, but that will be hidden inside this, which needs to go all the way around 360, all the way around, and then from the front we'll have the pupil, which will be probably filled in and painted black. I might invert it. So like instead of it having a convex around there, I might make it concave. Like go like that across the inside. It depends on how extra I want to be. Not quite that steep, but yeah, just like a little convex. That's right, concave. Go that way. But I think you can at least get an idea of what I've been trying to achieve. I am going to wrap it up there. It is coming to, what, 2 a.m? Yeah, 2 a.m. I haven't been sleeping very well lately, so I do want to try and actually get a night's sleep today. But I feel like I've made some progress towards the build. I think it will be months before this is finished, especially because I'll be, doing other things in the meantime. But I've got progress. I've got an idea of what I want to do. I think it needs to be smaller. I'm not so sure on that sloped part on the side. That's going to be very, very awkward to recreate all the way around. And obviously I still have to raise it like all the way up there and build the tower to hold it up. And I have got no design for the tower yet. I'm going to have to watch a lot of Lord of the Rings and study Sauron's tower to learn what the shape is. So it's going to be a tricky one. It's going to be very tricky. But I do think I've made some progress there. And hopefully you guys have learned a little bit as well while we've been going through it. Two different types of... two very different looking dome halves inside. Study his... yeah, I'm going to watch a lot of Lord of the Rings and make notes, you know. Tower. Round. Tall. Fiery. It's pointy, you know. The other thing, I mean, like, there's probably loads and loads of like illustrations of it out there, but it's like, am I going for one that matches the books, or am I going for the movie? Because I don't think he actually has. In the books, isn't it more like when they refer to the Eye of Sauron, it's actually like a window, isn't it? Isn't it like just a like an eye-shaped window, and Sauron is in his tower? Whereas for the film, they wanted something more like visibly striking, so they made the big glowing eye. Which, I mean, when you think about it, makes no sense, because like he was a physical being walking around smashing people with a big mace, and then he gets his ring cut off and suddenly turns into a giant glowing eyeball. Having him be defeated and be like, you know, a man afraid to leave his tower makes more sense. But yeah. So I'll be going... obviously the movie one's got the more striking visual. We're going for a movie thing. If I just want to make a building with a big eye-shaped window, that's so much simpler, so much easier to do, but so much less fun. I like the idea of this. I will keep cracking on. I'll see what I can come up with. But we're going to stop there for the night. So thank you all very much for hanging out. It's been a blast. I've very enjoyed it. And guys, thank you for the super chats and the memberships and everything. Really, like you know, you don't have to do that. Save your money. But I do appreciate it. Let's find somebody to send you to for the end of the stream. And I will see you. I think it's Friday is the next one. Oh, there's nobody online. Okay, I won't send you anywhere then. Take cake. I don't have a birthday cake, Red Robster. No birthday cake. I don't get birthday cakes anymore. It's been ages since I've had a birthday cake. Had to make my own last time. No, thank you all again. Thank you very, very much. Have a good night. Take care, and I will see you on Friday for the it's the last monarchy stream. It will be it's the community finale, which we're taking part in. But I'm not allowed to stream anything leading up to it. You're not allowed to see bits before. You have to wait for the actual finale. Your birthday's the 27th. I've got one of my sisters is on the 24th. Jessica, she hates it because everyone's always just too much like, woo, Christmas! you know, doesn't pay attention to her birthday. So yeah. Alright guys, good night. Take care. Bye.